Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, everybody? Welcome to the WardiTV PTR tournament today. Even better, there's a PTR update, so we're actually testing maybe even more valid changes than what we would have been testing yesterday at a similar kind of point in time. So yeah, that's very exciting. That's very cool. I have no idea what we're going to jump into first. I kind of like the possibility of like a Lambo Geralt as the second round. So maybe something like that could be a possibility, maybe something we can go into. The main thing is we want to watch a bunch of games. We want to see everything that's going on. We want to see how the PTR looks, what's happening, and all of that goodness, and hopefully just get some info from it. So they did make a second round of changes for the PTR already. So, you know, they fixed Storm. Storm is actually, you know, turns out Storm still looks pretty good because they also changed some things to it as well, to be fair. But Storm seems pretty good. I think in general it's just going to be interesting. I don't know how it's going to pan out exactly, but I like the changes. I do think one of the things I like the most is still kind of the depth of changes, because I think we need to shake the game up a little bit, and I don't think it's a bad thing to have some changes. But I've seen one point of discussion online that's been a lot of people saying like, "Oh, why do we have to change this when that's been okay for so long?" And my response to that is almost like, isn't that exactly what people have wanted for so long? Changes that just mix the game up a little bit, and I think some of these are just changes in that direction too, which I think is very fun. Let's just try and keep it civil in chat, though. That's the one thing I'll ask as well, because I know someone's going to get feisty in the chat about it. I can already tell. I've got no idea what we're going into early. I might just jump into any lobby we see, and then just kind of take the day as it comes. Like I say, first walkover time is in about 8 minutes time already, so we're not far from having that come about. Yeah, we'll take a few moments, we'll get set, and then we'll get ready to rumble. We'll get ready to rumble. Excited to see these changes? Yeah, me too. I think I'm also kind of excited to see some changes. I'm kind of... I'm kind of sad that I'm going away tomorrow, not because I'm going away. I'm actually looking forward to that, but kind of sad at the timing, because, man, I would have loved to have run a whole bunch of PTR things this week and actually really had like a good, proper, deep look at it. But yeah, I'm going to be gone from after the day until next week on Monday. But if the PTR is still around next week, I will start doing some more PTR stuff as well still, so... Did I message any players to get them to sign up? No, I didn't. I don't message people to sign up to Open Cups. That's a Wardy in the years gone by kind of situation. Yeah, that's not, I don't do that stuff anymore. You having problems with the PTR, all you have is a black screen. I'll let Horsten know. I will let him know. I don't know how to fix that though either. No Clem, no fun. Clem's in the bracket. So, all the fun then, apparently. Nice. Yes, Clem signed up. I think Clem basically saw the PTR and was like, perfect, I'm not playing modern day patch anymore. Which is fun. I wonder if Clem would ever turn away from playing PvT, though. Yeah, I wonder if like this patch genuinely would push him back to TvT, potentially, if it does balance out PvT a little bit. Kind of curious about that. Is it a death win? Not yet. They have time to try and fix it. Just letting you know. Some issues. Beautiful. Alright, let's get some games of StarCraft 2, guys. Here on the PTR. We got into this one. Led Alex versus BabyMarine. BabyMarine should be a favorite, but I actually think this is one of the closer matches of the opening match. We see Led Alex. He plays in pretty much everything that we run. He's always in the Open Cups, grinding away, playing some StarCraft. So, yeah, excited to see what is in store for us on the opening games of the day. We get this up and running and see what's going to happen. I think part of why Clem off-race isn't just Pro being easy or strong is that he's really naturally bad at TvT. I wouldn't say he's naturally bad at TvT, but TvT definitely works. I mean, every mirror matchup typically goes against the strengths of players that are strong in the other matchups of their race, because mirror matchups are a lot more volatile. And the way that TVT works is really against Clem's playstyle as well. I think it's hard to say he's naturally bad at it, because he's had some good TVT results as well, but it was his weakest matchup. And I kind of agree, because Clem did switch to PVT before we even really thought Protoss was like as crazy good as they are right now. But I wonder if he still feels like he can kind of, you know, pull this off rather than switching back over to a different matchup, so... yeah, it'll be fun to see. Anyways, we have a Proby moving about. Nexus coming down. It's going to be seen our Cybercore and that Nexus all coming up. Reaper in the Orbital Command Center on the way. And we just get settled in right here as the pylon goes into place. Let me see what we're going to try and do. Couple of probes just jumping into the gases. Obviously nothing too crazy just yet as we just get started. I'm really interested to see what the guys come up with on the PTR. Obviously, the thing about PTR tournaments like this, and just playing PTR in general, is we're only going to get really the icing on the cake, right? In the sense that we're only going to get to the very first level of what is really in store for us with these changes. Because A, there's not going to be so many games that you're going to see every situation, and B, players also don't know exactly how things are working just yet either. You know, you put them into a tournament perspective here, and they might even kind of, you know, you would hope that they're going to try and use the new stuff, but they might even turn away from new stuff sometimes just to play for some money. So there's always that kind of aspect when you run a PTR event, that this is not exactly going to be 100% accurate, but that's just because, I mean, the best we can do is still just get some eyes on some games and just see what we think. At, like I say, a very baseline level of some of these changes. I know I'm a very visual person. In that regard, like, I can't really imagine up what things look like when I read these changes, so I much prefer to see some guys playing the games and seeing the changes in play, right? So, yeah. Is this the newest PTR build? No, we decided to play the old PTR build just to show just how bad it was, just to rub it in. No, this is the new PTR. The PTR got updated, there's only one PTR, so yes, it is the newest version. So when I finished up yesterday, someone messaged me and they were like, hey, there's gonna probably be new PTR changes, so just letting you know. And I was like, oh. And I was like, because obviously if they didn't happen before this tournament, then this tournament kind of became pointless, right? If we were about to test a bunch of changes that were going to get changed. So I kind of was ready to kind of cancel this event today, but then the changes did end up going through last night, which obviously means that we get to watch them today and get some fun and enjoyment out of it. So, loving that. As we just get ourselves up and running for a few moments. Getting set and ready to rumble. Perfect. Early stages looking reasonable. And nothing too crazy just yet as our Reaper moves around. Couple Stalkers. Going to be stepping about right there. Just going to be seeing the Reaper coming about as well. The Armory on the way up from BabyMarine. What the hell are we building an Armory for? Is this for drilling claws? I've got no idea what our game plan is here. I've got absolutely no idea what he's aiming at. I am intrigued. Medevac gonna come and drop in. Is drilling claws. Okay, so it's gonna be a drilling claws opening. Drilling claws got changed, right? Oh, we actually let one of the Wood Mines get a bit of a better connection. What did drilling claws change to? I'm gonna have to hang on, exclamation mark, patch. What was the drilling claws change? Oh wait, this isn't the new patch, hang on. Give me a second. Alright, Terran. Drilling claws effectiveness increased from 1.07 to 0.71, so they burrow stupid fast. Okay, then I'm very excited to see what happens. Those Widow Mines getting lifted back into the medevac is important too. Keep them alive and wait for that drilling claws to kick in, and we're still making mines behind it as we set up here. It's kind of wild. Well, BabyMarine testing something out for us. Not why I really came into today expecting to be tested straight away, but I like it. Trying to see what happens in this. I'm literally sat here waiting for this medevac to move. I'm literally sat waiting for this medevac to move. I do not want to miss the Widow Mines, but you understand the rebrain. Obviously, there are stalkers there. Those stalkers clipping into each other? What's that about? Alright, well, stalkers again, a little bit friendlier than usual. Maybe gets taken down. Alex is going to get straight to Storm, so we're going to get a chance to see the new Storm here as well in this game. As we will see BabyMarine taking the chance to move in toward the Ghost Academy. So he gets the Ghost Academy going. Then we another mine drop coming up at the top. Actually sees the Zealots here. Marine's poking out the front as well. Eyes pinned to the mini-map. As we are waiting to see which move is going to hit first. Oh, he's going to dive in over here. So there's a Widow Mines. Oh my god, they burrow so fast. Oh my god. That's disgusting. Alright, so the Widow Mines burrow stupidly quick. We're now going to go drop into the main base with... I mean, I say with this Widow Mine, but actually there's going to be these Widow Mines to drop as well. They're going to go to the third base. I mean, this is stupid fast. A whole bunch of probes going down. That's a lot of economy lost. BabyMarine doesn't even push just yet. He'll let this eco difference settle in probably and then build up a bit more and then push. That is a fantastic start. That is so fast. That is like if you're not preemptively pulling the probes away from seeing the Widow Mine on the minimap, that Widow Mine is going to burrow and kill probes, right? Yeah, that's you know what's amazing is that I actually haven't seen anyone complain about the Widow Mine change. But I bet that's just because it's been hidden away behind all the other changes. I've had people more riled up and talking about this is ridiculous. Holy goodness. I mean, Widow Mines usually burrow quickly. The thing is, when you think about it, going from like 1.1 to like, not being like, it's like someone just said in the chat, 35% increase. That's when Widow Mines already burrow pretty quickly with drilling claws. That's a very, very quick burrow, you know? So, mine's looking great. Obviously, now a detection issue in this game to try and get cannons and observers around and deal with this, but that's just BabyMarine extending on his lead right now at this point of time. I think what's sad is that I actually think this change would be really nice for Widow Mines in armies. But I do think it's very bad for Widow Mine harassment. New Storm here. You're going to see that the Widow Mines actually get a chance to unburrow and relocate. They do eat the majority of the Storm. So again, Storm has had some numbers tweaked as well. I'm not going to go through all of those on the top of my head. But the radius has been increased. It lasts a little longer. As you can see, still lasting there. So it lasts a little longer, but not as long as it did on the initial PTR changes. But yeah, you can check the patch notes if you want to see the exact numbers, as they definitely shifted things a little bit. Still feels fairly powerful. I mean, right there, definitely still got the chance to get the Widow Mines pretty low. I know the Widow Mines didn't move. Personally, when they changed Storm, this is what I kind of asked for. Maybe a Storm that is... still feels like it can be deadly, but not as kind of deadly as it was. That's a little bit brutal when we're then watching Widow Mines insta-burrow kill multiple workers, right? I'm going to see a few Widow Mines getting off here. Oh, that Storm's going to go onto the Zealots more than anything, and the High Templar not going to do what they need to. BabyMarine starts to run through that Storm, but it's not going to matter. GG's, this was a game won by the Widow Mines. And game number 1 goes the way of BabyMarine. Alrighty, BabyMarine taking that opener then. Alright, just gotta send a couple walkovers across, guys. Give me a moment. Still trying to play multiple tournaments. Perfect. Can I check how many pros died that game? Oh, sorry, I didn't read it in time. Are we gonna go in game, guys? I'm just gonna take a couple bites of my lunch. I've had family over, so I haven't had lunch just yet. So I'm just gonna take a couple bites while we load in. Give me a sec. Down the map in the bottom right is going to be Alex, taking on BabyMarine in the upper left. Once you get underway. How does it feel after a month of marriage? Well, not been married a month yet. It's only been 2 weeks. So far feels great. She hasn't tried to tell me to stop spending more time with StarCraft, so, you know, we're good. And the main fear is passing by. Couple guys coming about. Sunlight is coming through. Reaper on the way. Roby's back into the simulator. Next is coming online. It'll just take a few moments, guys, to let the game settle in. Wonder if BabyMarine's going to go fast mines again. We'll step across to the upper left. Gonna see the CC coming through and get that up and running. People will gather here and just see its movement. Out over to the right hand side currently. Hallucination obviously can still give us some info early. That's exactly what we're seeing. Remember that energy recharge has been changed. The numbers have been tweaked. The numbers now are... What's the energy recharge? So energy overcharge grants 50 energy only and has a smaller cooldown of 45 seconds instead of 60. So it should mean that while you can still get a good hallucination out quickly, future hallucinations are not as guaranteed and not as consistent as what we saw before. So basically, it takes a minute and a half to get 100 energy from overcharge now compared to a minute before. So it's a pretty, pretty fair kind of pushback on that ability. I like it. No, the Drilling Claw's coming up in a moment. I kind of like he's going Drilling Claws, but he's not even really emphasizing the mine drop. One mine in this medevac. I mean, the next drop on the map's also just going to be like a medevac and marines with one mine attached to it. Maybe two mines. You can see this one over in the corner. Hallucination just again scouting through. Trying to get some more info, seeing that factory moving off the tag lab already. Go straight to charge this game from Alex, see if that gives him a helping hand here or not over the first few moments. Boosting through, just gonna see a couple of Widow Mines going off. Connection again. It's gonna be so quick when it comes to these drilling claws, man. That was a split. That was a defense. So that was much better. So the problem is just that you have to deal with this the entire game through, right? Like this starts and it just doesn't stop is the real issue. Stim combat +1, all still coming in. Medevac over here gets chased out. All upgrades building up. Just gonna see the couple of barracks coming down. Had an engineering bay on as well. Stop. Gonna switch girls over to the reactor. The High Templar warping in, just another Zell coming through the medevac. With 4 mines over to the right, and like I say, that's the issue, right? Once these mine drops start, they'll just never stop in this matchup. And that is what we're about to see as the Stalkers try and play the denial game. Widow Mines are quick to burrow. Medevac can kind of, I mean, you gotta just keep moving the probes. Pulling them out in one direction isn't good, because then the medevac's gonna drop the next mines in the direction that you're dropping in. Oh, in the direction you're moving in? Yeah, this is a game that's getting lost to the mines again, I think. It's getting a lot of damage done. They are going to clean it up a bit more comfortably this time, but... BabyMarine is only a 2-base player, moving towards a 3rd base now, so maybe there's still some hope on the other side. Maybe there's no need to ring all of the alarms just yet. I wonder if there's a way to make Widow Mines be better later in the game without the Widow Mine drops being so crazy good. I don't think so. Nothing that comes to my mind, at least. Increase the range? Yeah, I think that's more punishing than they already are, though. I think that's actually too good of a buff later in the game. What I'm thinking about is just sometimes turns get caught and Widow Mines aren't effective because you can't really get them in place in time when you're getting swarmed. And realistically, that's what happens a lot of the time. So the burrow speed increase and making that more viable is definitely right in the right direction there. It's just, it's so bad for the drop play, you know? That's why I think this sort of change for making Widow Mines better later is actually great. It's just, it has such an impact on the earlier stages. Make Widow Mines explode on death. Great, so then you just have units that will never be made, because all you have to do is dodge the Widow Mine shots and you're just making your opponent lose units for no reason. I don't think a Widow Mine would ever be made in that situation. Storm coming down there, trying to help zone BabyMarine out, and Alex is going to be defending this for the moment. Widow Mines, need to be careful, trying to EMP the High Templar as they come out of the prison. Oh no! I liked what I saw here. Not the Prism dying. But I like that just diving forward with the high temper and dropping a storm when the Terran's being forced to look elsewhere. Doesn't just get to kill it on. It felt like there was more time for the Terran to move. Because I think that's one of the issues we've seen. Especially with having so many Templar and they're being so expendable. Just kind of throwing them at the Terran and just being like, all you need is one good storm and you're good. That seemed a little bit better there, but like I say, looking for little things in a big picture still right now. Just gonna step forward to the bio here. If you EMP a medevac with Templar inside, does that EMP affect the Templar? No. And what they're doing is they're trying to preemptively EMP as the units are dropping out, essentially. BabyMarine's in some trouble, man. Having some issues against these run-bys. His army not doing enough on the other side. Despite what felt like a good song, good damage done. I think what this really comes back to for me is that he opened Drilling Claws and yeah, he got damage out of it eventually, but he didn't look for like big mine drops right off the bat. And also, like, he was very slow to a third. Like, he was mine dropping when his opponent was already moving to 4 bases and he was just thinking about moving his third onto positions. So I feel like he was very slow to get his economy roll in this game, and that's putting him in some trouble. My regathering, I mean, Alex is maxed out. I mean, he's ready to make a little bit of a push in right here. Try and shove into this position, perhaps make something happen of this. Lots of shots are going to fire. The bio army already taking damage. Zealot's going to be right there as well. As they come chasing straight through. The Vikings will shoot at those Colossus. Storm coming down on the Bioforce. A chunk of bio going to take the chance to try and close the distance here. Those Colossus already taking hits. And push back a little bit. I mean, honestly, a good attempt from BabyMarine considering he's heavily down on numbers. Let's see the Colossus here going to be able to come through and stand their ground and clean up, I think. I wouldn't mind there. We'll get a Stalker or two, so we actually do not have much left at the end, but at the same time we have got Zealots into the natural. And I think we should be getting to Game 3. We should be getting to Game 3. Alrighty guys, a couple of moments and get ready to go. I'll run some ads and just get us clear on that for a moment or two. Storm isn't looking too bad. Storm's not looking too bad. I love that when they first dropped the first PTR. Don't get me wrong, I think the first PTR nodes were a little wild, but like, I love how they made the first PTR nodes and then Storm was a bit bugged and everyone was like, see, they've destroyed Storm, they've removed it from the game. I try to tell someone, it's like, I think it's bugged right now, and they're like, no. Blizzard want Protoss players to quit. Someone actually posted this on our StarCraft, they were like, if you leave these changes, 90% of your player base will leave, and I'm like, in what world? And then someone, the post with the new patch changes was, we won. As though this is some crazy battle between community and like Blizzard. Like, people are deranged, man. Like, it's actually crazy. We won. Nobody won. It's just patch notes, man. Just chill out. Like this one really, like, we won. You won what? You gave some feedback? Like, There's no winning. It's not like Blizzard like, this is it. If it, like we won would have been like they just live implemented into the game and left it for like 2 months, and you complained enough that they finally backtracked it or something. Not 2 days after the patch notes came out, they made edits to the patch notes. So stupid. Crazy. We've also never, by the way, had a PTR which hasn't been edited before going live. So I also love that the assumption was that this PTR was just final. God, it's been a crazy week in StarCraft. It's been a crazy week. BabyMarine is straight up proxying barracks, by the way, for Game 3. Any community has all sorts of people. I know, but if you're trying to read a StarCraft community lately, like anything in the StarCraft community lately, it's all got the same tone to it. That's the problem. Like, people in my chat the other day with the exact same tone as well. Like, I can't just ignore everyone, you know? What's up, Chris? GG's in fantasy. GMA. My team had a a nightmare. Ay, ay, ay. Not my week. Somehow I won from a 2% likely chance of winning in my other league at least. So that was nice. I can't believe Helen lost though. I don't know if you saw Helen this game, but Helen lost by like 0.1. This is like the 6th time since last season that she's lost by less than a point. It's actually insane. I think like if she played 14 games last season, we're what, 3 in right now, like literally 33% of her games in the last 18 games she's lost by a point or something. It's actually ridiculous. She's never won a single one by a point either. She always loses. She's actually cursed. Legitimately cursed. And all of her players are now injured. She's in a crazy place. Alright, Marauders are here. Don't think we changed much about Marauders in the patch. BabyMarine just gonna check to see if Marauders are still okay. He's like, yeah, okay, this rush still seems pretty good for now. Starting to get some probes as we do see a bunch of them going down. Bunker will cancel. Just gonna see another force field coming into play as well. Probes still trying to get out to the front, trying to get involved there. Marauders will continue to push back a little bit. There's another cancellation coming down and into position. I mean, these Marauders not able to get the bunker up, but still going after the pylon is nice. That means no battery power. That's not what you want to be attacking there, as we just obviously try and push our way forward, go after some probies. It'd be really nice if you could get rid of the Stalker. We are running out of probes to defend with as well. That Stalker got blasted. Batteries are now powered, but I don't know how we ever get set up over there, and we have apparently not got the economy to build another Stalker just yet. Yep, love that from the Marauders too. Just going to put themselves in a lovely corner, make the probes very ineffective. Reinforced Marauders will go after the Stalker. If you try and build anything out of this robo facility, it ain't going to matter. GG's, BabyMarine takes the victory. So BabyMarine will win out and move through. Oh, did Chin and Ryung start? That could be a cool matchup. They did. Ah, unlucky. Chin and Ryung, winner plays Lambo. There's a few cool matches going on. I think Hoster and Wayne just started as well. Oh no, Hoster's not started with Wayne yet. I mean, Wayne might not be here. So BabyMarine's going to move on through to play MaxPax. Love that one. A lot of people just started games recently, unfortunately, so we don't really have much choice to jump into just yet. Like, Wayne's not here as well, so Harson's farming walkovers at the moment. Rex and Han Mono, winner will play Clem. A few things going on. The other streams going on right now. Indie streaming. He's got Mana versus Matt. Lambo is waiting for his game. Is Lambo playing? Oh, Lambo's waiting for Shin or Ryung to be done. TKL's in game with Rex and Honmono. Yeah, so those guys are just playing it up. I'm not sure what we jump into just yet, guys. Not sure what we jump into just yet. Maybe we take a quick little break. I'm actually going to take a quick break and step away for just 1 second, guys, while we just figure out what match we're going to try and get into. Hopefully be back in a moment. Alrighty, guys. Just waiting still for a match, but we could maybe have a look at MaxPax BabyMarine. Not what I would have picked straight off the bat, but it's a series we could absolutely go into at least, so... How do I get anything done with the beast and a carrier constantly fighting outside the window? Yeah, well, I mean, compared to, you know, when you live in England, you're used to people fighting outside your window anyway, so the fact it's a beast and a carrier is actually kind of soothing. Yeah, not really sure what we go into, guys. No one's starting up a game just yet. If we see a lobby, we'll probably just jump into it at this point, because I'm kind of excited for us to just jump into anything. But yeah, we have no sign of anything just yet, at least. These eggs in the tourney. We have Shin, Lambo. We did have Wayne, but he does not seem to be showing up. We had Young Yakov, but he forfeited to play in something else. We had 4 Zergs and Rex. Yes, this change is already effective on PTR. Yes, they are already live. GG Machine is also Zerg, yes. Actually, quite a few Zergs today. You love how I know that Wardy hasn't done the campaign, but has multiple Kerrigan statues. I mean, it's just StarCraft merch, no? Like, you don't get a lot of StarCraft merch, so you gotta kind of just take what you can get, even if I don't know who the hell Kerrigan is. It's okay, guys. I know who Kerrigan is anyway. She betrayed the Zerg to the Protoss so that the Protoss could can rush the Terrans. I think that's what happened. Something like that. GG Machine actually wins out against Art and it's going to go up against Hero. I just want to watch GG Machine against Hero. I'd be kind of into it. Who's this barcode? I wonder if Hero's online on the PTR. I wonder if he's this barcode. When all the games he played on PTR 11 months ago. Might be. Is Artanis that betrayed Mengs and got Kerrigan to lead the Terrans? I thought Kerrigan was like a famous TikToker. So that's why she was so popular. Right, that's Machine 495 because I actually think Hero Machine would be kind of cool. I think Hero's a big favorite, but watch some PvZ. Machine takes down Art 1-2 to 1. I'm into it. That's probably one of the cooler round of 32 matches as well that happened, to be honest. So yeah, I'm kind of into it. I'll get into this section and go for the Air Force series at least, and we'll kind of follow up and just see what else we end up going over the course of the bracket. Bum, bum, bum. And to Tokamak here for Machine and Hero. Perfect. Alright, we'll get this going in a second and kick this off. Pros versus Zerg action. Ready. And we're going to load on in. Alrighty, guys, let's get this going. Thank you for joining us. And let's see what will take place. In the top right-hand corner, our red Zerg player is going to be Machine. And he takes on Hero in the bottom left-hand side for some Pros versus Zerg. Hero's going to be a heavy favorite here, guys, but we're still in the early rounds. Everyone else is playing. This is a fresh round of 16 for us to jump on. And we don't cast Machine a lot. We cast Machine probably more so in team games than we do in 1v1s. So he fought his way through the first round. I'm very happy to cover his series here, even if he is going to be an underdog against Hero. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what Hero gets up to. I wonder if Hero's going to try anything in particular. Is there a ZVZ match? There might be Lambo versus Shin, potentially. Is this Machine from back in the day? No, this is a young kid called Machine. Russian player, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just follow our Proby. Get nipped and nabbed by a drone for a couple of moments. Will replays only be playable in PTR? I don't think so. I think what will happen is if you try and use the replays on normal StarCraft, it will disconnect you. You'll have to watch it offline, but it will just load up the changes. If I had to guess. If I had to guess, that's probably how it goes. Is this the same old school EG machine? No. How many times are we going to get asked that question within this series? I'm going to call for 2 more times, I reckon, before the series is done. Alright, Stargate coming up. Ling Speed coming through. We had a couple of Queens and the Overlord in it as well. That's just how our Warp Gate coming online. Depth coming through. Everything looking pretty standard from Hero so far. That probe scouting and now returning home. Obviously, an Adept about to be on the map, but is rallied backward in toward the main base high ground. So, not going to step itself forward just yet. It's going to be playing safe just in case. Maybe just afraid of the, maybe a Ling Flood from an aggressive player here or something. It's going to wait until at the very least the second Adept is up and ready before we even think about getting these Adepts doing anything at all. Alright, one Adept into the wall off. Some Lings are coming across the map, but we're droning behind it, so see a few of these Lings making their stance. I mean, if Hero's not going to move out, then these Lings are right to kind of come in and check to see what's up. They're actually going to go Hero, going to go Void Ray first. Means he's not going to have an Oracle as quickly as you might like to kind of deal with these Lings. That is going to be a pylon cancel. Void Ray showing up, not the best against Lings, but good enough here to push them back. Hero actually supply blocked already early in this game from losing the pylon, so I'm just going to check back through. Not really, again, too much that this amount of Lings could do. If you made more Lings, this would have probably been a cancelled third base, but obviously that would have been a real shot in the dark and just kind of hoping and praying that certain things happen. And even then, cancelling a third base if you make that many Lings is not necessarily great because you're delaying your own economy and, it, just in the process of being able to delay your opponents as well. A little of that goes down. You see the Lings trying to move through once again. Approach is going to start moving back into play for a little bit of time. Once again, we see the +1, the challenge, the gates, all continue to come about, getting set up. Feel the Lings going to pull back over, back toward that bottom left-hand side. And yeah, Clen, the melee upgrade, all continue to come online. Let's get that up and running as the Void Ray continues to zip-zap at those Zerglings. That will push back nicely. A few Lings taking damage. The Void Ray can activate again. Lings still taking a few more shots so far. Rotoron, Lair, Hatchery, melee upgrade. Getting a bit of everything coming up for the moment is the Baneling. The Oracle. Trolls up in the sky. It's a big Baneling. Just it doesn't explode itself. It just explodes other things. It's got some green to it. I can see my similarities slowly, very thinly drawing across. Temple Archives is going to be done fairly soon, so it's bringing that online. The attack upgrade coming online as well. Add a Hydroden on. Overseer does pop out and is just going to make its way along. The Zealots with the Oracle looking to take a chance toward this hatchery here. I'm going to start charging through onto that 4th base. This doesn't do much, but do we have enough to actually defend against the Zealots as Hero pokes about? We do have roaches on the way as well. This hatchery is going to get lower and lower. Hatchery goes down, another couple stasis wards popping off. The Zerglings will take a chance to again chase those Zealots back the other way. The couple of Adepts are going to make their way toward the upper side as well. There's a few Zerglings, just going to be again right there to kind of keep track of those couple of Adepts. Don't think those Adepts will shade. So yeah, cancelled 4th base, killed off 4th base even I should say. Not fun for Machine, as back at home Hero just getting all of the things. +2 attack, Storm, Blink, all the follow-ups here after opening with that initial charge upgrade to start things off. Things with the wraparound, just going to get rid of, again, a little bit of something over here, but get rid of those Adepts, clean up some of the map control. As we have the units wanting to push up in towards the Ling Roach. Oracle still chilling out overhead, the Ling's back away from it. Hydra's on the way through, and a Lurker Den on as well. Bring that into play. I mean, Hero's army is already looking scary, and I wouldn't be surprised if you wanted to kind of push up and make something happen here. There's a couple of Archons morphing as well, going to be helpful against the Lings. The Lurkers are on the way through. I don't think Hero still would have had a moment to attack in this game if he wanted it, but maybe now with Lurkers coming out, it's going to be a bit too late, especially as he pulls back the other way a little bit at first as well. Those High Templar take themselves across the map here to begin with. And again, the Archon's going to be settling down. Wing and a Fire, Oracle taking some damage. Ready this push straight into this army. Lurkers in trouble, Hydra's in trouble, Storm's coming down all over the place. The Zealots try and get to work as well. A couple of Archons still pushing through, the Zealots still chasing. We are just going to have the High Templars going to continue to settle down there. Those Overlords still taking an absolute beating right now. More damage being done. And the High Templar's just going to go. The hatchery going to be taking some damage as well, and I think this one is already going wrong. Like I say, Hero's going to be a big favorite in this one, and that's definitely what we're starting to see a little bit of right now for the moment. On the bottom, the Zealot's getting busy. We pull back over. Tempest and Mothership and the +3 attack upgrade all coming through for the moment. He is just bringing a lot of that up and running for now. Stepping over to that left side again. Oracle doing what it can with some Revelations, clearing out some creep spread. Here's going to get the Mothership. Remember, the Mothership's been changed as well, right? Has been nerfed, if I'm not mistaken. Moves more slowly now. Let's see how Mothership's moving on this one. I don't hate it. It's a big unit. Doesn't even look slow. It was nerfed, right? Protoss, Mothership, movement speed reduced from 2.8 to 2.25. Looks honestly like it's moving fine to me, so probably not a bad change to make the Mothership slightly less mobile, which I think for a big hefty unit like that, that's honestly not really a crazy thing right now. Especially because the Mothership nowadays is actually very good as well. Like, the Mothership is not the kind of meme that it used to be. Mothership is actually very useful. They actually have a good splash damage ability as well. Yeah, Motherships are pretty reasonable for sure. A few Archons will take a few steps forward. We're just going to try and get through. A couple units are going to be there. The Archons will push back out over the left-hand side. The Nexus is about to be done. We had an air weapon upgrade, the +3 attack upgrade as well. I mean, I do think Hero's army is just realistically at this point already very much so good enough to just go, go, go. But equal supply. The opponent does have lurkers, which is maybe why he slowed down in this game. Just to make sure he has a proper answer to the lurkers more than anything else. I think that's a very reasonable take as well, to be fair. As we just knock our way through a whole bunch of different creep teamers here. Lurkers in good position. Tempest move forward again. Just going to get straight after some of these lurkers, and they do start to take some pretty heavy hits. Storm being used there to deal with the lurkers. There's also going to be the mothership taking some storms. Lurker in the main base as well. Some dropper lords actually putting some work on. Well, Hero's been having an okay time out on the map, and he's built a bunch of drones. He's also lost some probes as well. So it's not been completely smooth sailing, as lurkers in both mineral lines still going to be an issue. The Revelation in the main base, we get it. Good little play from GG Machine, but not quite enough just yet still to push him forward into a lead or anything. Still trailing on this one. And it's now a bigger push, so we actually get in position here. We make a serious shove onto the 5th base. Of course, Hero's attacking across the map at the same time. I like that GG Machine's on his way to the Spire as well, but even with its faster build time, I don't think we're going to see that Spire finishing up anytime soon, as it gets killed off right here, and we are going to just continue to try and build Hydras. Again, just full-on base trading mode, but Hero's really right in the heart of the Zerg bases, whereas Machine's working his way in from the outside still. His odds here probably won't change much of anything. Of course, we're expecting to be able to just recall these units back home and play defense at some point as well if you want to. It's just a matter of picking when. How many bases do you kill before that? He doesn't quite finish off this base, but he does recall because he feels the need to play defense. Wait, where did he recall to? He mothership recalled up top. Oh, I love it. So that means he's recalling kind of out without kind of recalling into a base and being choked into the fight already and cornered into the fight already. The mothership maybe gives him a bit more control on how you engage in. Hero will clean up for game 1 of his favor. And that is going to be a 1-0 lead. Alright, so Hero getting to a 1-0 lead here on this BO. Great game 2 coming up. Hearthstone, Mana, Lambo all in the round of 8, but none of them with opponents just yet. What the hell are Wayne and Honmono doing? Not Wayne, Rex and Honmono. They're in another long game, 25 minutes deep. Those guys are really playing some DVZ, huh? Jeez. Okay. We'll jump in again to here, obviously, of Machine and Hero. So we'll get that brought up in a second. And from the host game too, guys, I'll be right on there with it just as soon as we can be. Ley lines map 2, it seems. Get this set up, get this underway. Go being called Leyline's our map. Again, the winner of this, I believe, plays Shameless or Percival in the round of 8, so definitely starting to step up the competition a little bit. Oh, MaxPax does come through against BabyMarine. So MaxPax Man are going to play a PvP on the bottom portion of the bracket. So we'll let them get on with that. Obviously, we'll stick with this, and we'll hopefully still kind of wanting to get into a round of 8 after this as well. I mean, to be fair, Clem is held up heavily by the Honmono Rex series being so drawn out. Hero top right is up a game against Machine in the bottom left, who is hence down a game as we start off game number 2. We'll be building through. What is up? Thank you so much, Petrie, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's take a couple of moments here. I'm just going to have the gate coming about, the pro coming through, add a couple drones on into play. All of that coming online for the moment. Nothing really overly crazy just yet. And getting the gas going about, hatching the gas. Setting up as well. We continue to get going here for a few moments. Just following this probe, nothing really too much else going on just for now. Let's take a few moments early in this game to settle ourselves into it. Drone gonna nibble, probe take some damage. Only chasing, probe coming across. A little bit of opportunity trying to come through early. So just following this probe, but not much else going on the map just yet, guys, so taking a few moments. Just early on. Things are coming about, a couple queens going through. We got the Stargate and the Stalker building up as well. Steps still heading down to the bottom left-hand side. Does the music also always sound off-key? You need to go to your Twitch settings, just down in the bottom, click the cogwheel and turn off low latency mode. It's warping the music to try and give you a lagless experience, but it doesn't really change much, to be honest, apart from making the music sound weird. Is this the latest version of the PTR or the first one? This is the latest version. Hoodie tech support. I just know what it is. A lot of people ask what the weird music is. It's literally just that. I honestly don't know what this is meant to achieve. Like, I don't know if it's like, instead of like giving you better audio, it's trying to put more into the video. Like, I don't know what the tech is, but like there's no way people want to watch if the music just sounds horrific, right? So like I just don't get it, to be honest. Low latency doesn't always fix the music going weird. It's 90% of the time. I mean, pretty much every time someone asks me this same question, I give them that answer and it pretty much fixes it, so... I mean, maybe sometimes there's other things, like if you just have bad internet maybe, but most of the time it's just low latency mode. That's been triggering you lately? Yep. It's just a thing that Twitch has. I really don't know what the tech behind it is or what it's meant to improve. Your music is wobbly and low latency is on. Yeah, you want your low latency to be off. If it's on, then that is the problem. Yeah, off is the way to go. Clem's gonna be the choice from hero here. Hero number 1 gave us a bit of a macro game. Game number 2, he's just gonna say, hey, look, I'm the favorite, and I'm gonna play like it. I'm gonna go glaives. I'm gonna see if he can even survive the glaives to get to the next phase of the game, as the wall off there is decent. Just gonna see the fueling still moving about. So Oracle's just trying to fly through as well. Take a little bit of position on the map, see where we can get to. As Hero has a lot of adepts. The fact that this is a melee upgrade and we do have a roach roaring. You don't have to start building roaches ASAP right now because we do not have many. And in fact, we don't have any. The first 4 roaches in production as we speak, now 9. But yeah, I mean, that's very late to build these roaches when these adepts are already not just shading across the map, they're now shading on creep and are quickly approaching this bottom left-hand side. So as adepts start to step forward, we are going to be seeing the Warlock going to be in some trouble. The Hero will get rid of a few of the Zerglings already. Now the adepts into the main base, trying to find another opportunity or two to get a little bit more done. I mean, this is already looking good. Again, those roaches were late. And this is the problem with the roaches being late. You have no immediate kind of positional advantage, and so the adepts just run you silly out of position and all over the place. And now 18 workers going down, making 19. It's just not 19 drones. It's also the fact that there's been a lot of lost mining time during this as well. So that's also been an issue with the adept shade now. Go over to the right side and jump in for a few more workers as well. Actually didn't get more than 19 drones, but on his way to Blinken +1, GG Machine is choosing to go into the follow-up, which is going to be just kind of drones. Maybe in this scenario when you're so outnumbered, I always think maybe it's just worth just committing to units and only units and just going across the map, because at this point you're trying to recover drone count, but by the time you recover drone count, your opponent is going to have been on a booming economy and now already teched up into something else as well. So I feel like that doesn't really... I feel like more often than not, I just prefer to see, I guess, the aggressive follow-up, but again, I can understand he maybe doesn't feel like there's much chance of that either. He didn't have roach speed or anything, right? So I can also understand the reluctance to play further in that regard too. It's not a pretty situation, to be honest. The roaches pulled back. Here actually built another massive wave of adepts. It's just going to go hit the front, knock down the spore crawler. We're going to make ourselves straight into this natural expansion. We're going to start aiming at a few drones here. 3 workers already down. We're going to lose more than that. Decimal shades of the main base, more lost mining time. And GG Machine is now at 43 to 66 workers. He's actually continuing to make units this time. I wonder if this time he just tries to play clean up and go. Hero's going to straight up kill the main base though. And really is just going to get into a better and better place here. It's constantly improving for the moment. Adepts shade back along again. The roaches go after the adepts. Another little stasis ward coming down. Spore takes a shot. Oracle takes a hit. Another stasis coming down again. The 3 drones try to peel away. You see a couple of them just going down to you right there. Just going to be seeing the roaches still making their way across to the other side. And we'll forward to see the probes getting jumped on now as well. Stalkers also getting jumped on a little bit. 9 workers going down. Stalkers, yeah, I mean, doing their thing, blinking back, doing what they need to. Hero was down an army supply going into it, but like, he just has the better army still as well. GG's. And Hero just very good in this series, as we expected him to be. You know, I think it's fair to say that this series really goes as expected in a lot of ways. Hero moves through. No result from Shameless and Percival just yet. Lambo waiting for Shin and Ryung still. Clem and Rex are... Ooh, in the lobby. God damn it, they started literally 5 seconds ago. I just missed. I didn't have them on my friends list on my main account, so I tried to join on my alt account. The problem with the PTR is I don't have all my friends that I usually have, so joining lobby sometimes a bit slow. So Clem and Rex are going to play. I was just thinking maybe we could get into... If we just get into a Clem Rex match, then we follow into Haas and we follow into the semi-finals already, perhaps. We could maybe wait for MaxPax Mana. Where are they at? I think they're already in game 2, though. No, they're in game 1. Okay, I tell you what, let's watch MaxPax Mana game 1, and then we'll maybe follow this series, and then we'll go down into that direction afterwards. Yeah, let's do that, guys. So, this is game number 1 of MaxPax and Mana right now. I'm just loading into it. Let's see what's happening. This is on Indie Stream. Looks like Mana is TLDR trying to bust down an expansion of MaxPax. MaxPax has that Void Ray prismatically aligned right now. It doesn't look like there's enough stalks for Mana. It looks like this might actually be coming to a pretty swift close. Because this already gets pushed back. And if this is pushed back, I feel like MaxPax gets into a more comfortable position sooner than Mana gets to a stalk count that's really going to start making a difference. That said, there's only one Void Ray still. The second Void Ray took a long time to start, and maybe, just maybe, that might be the weakness here. Whereas Mana's units are obviously going to come in through pretty quickly. That Void Ray has not got a ton of HP on it, so you've got to be super careful. Keep it out of reach. Yes, obviously the battery will do some healing, but you can't let it get one shot down. It's pulling back now, re-engaging through. A little bit of back and forth again. Stalker's still just setting up to potentially keep trading for a little bit of time. Them two Void Rays settle into place as well. Just see the Stalkers still gathering up together. That Void Ray does go down. I think the difference, the thing is here, and this was the same yesterday when we were watching some MaxPax versus Shameless, it's just, it gets to this point where it's not even about the Void Rays anymore, right? There's also just the fact that the Stalkers have been building on the ground throughout this, and that obviously makes the difference in the end. GG's. So MaxPax 6 game 1 there. We'll go into... I think we'll go into this. I know we don't probably want to really watch PvP, but like... It's already going on, and it basically kind of closes the gap on us needing to wait for the other matches. So yeah, we can do this and get into game number 2. That's going to ready up, and we can jump into it, guys. Alrighty. PTR action. PvP style. I mean, in PvP, you look at the changes for Protoss, and you're like, well, what does PvP get affected by? Energy overcharge does. So there is obviously an impact there. You know, the recharge rate essentially does get reduced. So, Storm not so much. DT Blink maybe later in the game. Surveillance mode maybe for the observers. The Disruptor change too, and also the Stasis Ward change as well is kind of big. I love that Stasis Wards now no longer last 170 seconds. Instead they last 90. It's a massive nerf to the Stasis Wards, but I think that's a very good nerf. Stasis Wards have been such a big thing for StarCraft lately and for Protoss players. I don't hate that they're actually being taken, turned down a notch a little bit, because I do feel like Stasis Wards have been a little bit almost too good and a little bit too spammable. The only question is it going to be... Okay, what I think I like more now is that obviously now you can use a stasis and like, it will help you for an upcoming fight, but it doesn't necessarily help you for a fight like 2 or 3 minutes down the line still. I think there's a good kind of like in between of like, okay, you can use your energy to help defend with stasis still, but they're not just going to stay there forever if they don't get used in this upcoming fight. Couple of simulators coming down, gates coming up, our probes in production as we get underway. Simulators coming through, gates coming up, and take a couple of moments. There's going to be 2 gateways each, so there's a little bit of info for us right off the bat. And gateway coming about, Cybercore coming through. Going to be the forward robo facility from Mana again, but this time MaxPax is going to open with the robo too. We didn't see exactly what the game opened like, but I don't imagine he opened with the robo in that last game based on what we've been seeing. Pro be heading down. And Robo Facility Adepts all coming up. The Warp Gate's coming online. We get settled there for the next few moments. And a couple of Adepts just going to shade it power. Robo Facility and the Stalker's coming up as well. A little bit of fighting already coming around for the moment. Now I'm going to cancel a couple of Stalkers, just going to pull back in. Prism coming up on both sides of the map as you see our Stalker's able to chase away. So man, just going to push MaxPax's harassment back for a while. And give him the chance to kind of get aggressive here. But this is turning funky because now we're basically just going to see... Well, it's going to be MaxPax on 3-gate Robo versus Mana on a 2-gate Robo. So MaxPax is going to start having just a little bit more here. A bit of a weird circumstance of events up until now, but yeah, things going definitely a little bit interestingly early. As the Prism is going to load up even and dump us off. A little bit of harassment in the main base. Just going to be a couple of probes that will be under fire from these two Adepts. And that will be good damage done because Mana is looking to kind of be on the other side of the map. He's going to come in, but MaxPax has units at home as well, so MaxPax so far able to bring off a little bit of a defense. Nine workers going down for Mana though really does, considering they're both doing very similar things, really kind of puts you into a very, very difficult position right away. Couple of shots coming about, the Stalker's going to get underneath, the Prism will be chased away for a little bit as well, so again we chase out of there. Oh, we see the Immortal taking a shot for a moment or two. The couple of Adepts still trying to get over. And a couple of Adepts dropped off. They're going to go shading or moving, just standing into this mineral line. Mana's down to 14 probes already. He is going to commit on the other side of the map. One goes down, Robo Facility taking damage. Just going to see the couple of Stalkers shooting. A couple of hits coming back and forth. We are going to be seeing the Prism back over here as well. Defensively, MaxPax has more units. He's got the same set of units as his opponent pretty much. This really should just be fine for him as Mana tries to make his way through. MaxPax is... Okay, he's got a lot of units on the other side of the map is the problem. Trying to defend with as little as possible here, plus the Pro Pull. It does mean he's going to be able to waltz up the ramp and basically kill Mana on the other side. Mana going to say, GG, well played. MaxPax will take this one. Advances to the semi-finals of our PTR Cup today off some PvP. That doesn't really do much to test anything PTR related. This gives us a moment or two to maybe get set up to see what we want to cast. I think maybe we go into... I'm just wondering if we maybe wait for Clem Rex to come out of game and just follow Clem through potentially. I know TKL's on that game, let's have a peek. It's looking pretty good for Clem, as kind of expected. It might even be over soon, so if it is, we could go Clem versus Rex game 2. I guess let's have a quick peek over on the stream of this, just so we can see how it's going. But like I say, it does look like this might be over any second. So basically, Clem is up to 200 supply against 120. Rex is trying to play Ling Being Muted, but yeah, there you go. That's literally what we were just watching. So there is our that game going down. So we'll jump into Clem Rex. I believe that's game 2 coming up. Get that going in a second or two. And we'll go from there for the moment, is the plan. Thank you, Lewis GGG as well. Thank you for the raid. Sorry, didn't see that. Got caught up trying to figure out our games a little bit. Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. Wait for this lobby to go down. Torch is going to be our map. Perfect. So Clem leads by a game. Game 2 coming up in a sec. Ready and go gets called. GLHF gets called. We're off to the races. Well, the races being the TVZ. And it's going to be on torches, like I said, Clem's up a game to get into game number 2. In the bottom right hand side, it'll be Clem who's up 1, taking on Rex who's down a game in the top left. So top right. Like I say, we get this underway and ready to roll. Okay, we'll settle down, see what this is going to be. So it was an attempt of Ling Bay Muta last time from Rex. Obviously Muta's Spire is a little bit faster to build and stuff now. Banelings have their HP buff back as well off Centrifugal Hooks. I think that's going to be one of the bigger deals here. The Banelings are going to be that little bit more difficult to deal with again. Maybe it does just buff up some of these Baneling-based compositions. I think that's going to be true across ZVT and ZVP, so I think that'll be a fun change to keep track of. Don't know if you're told about this already, so that siege tanks can no longer be abducted, which seems like a big deal. Yeah, but yeah, I saw this. I think it's a response to the Microbial Shroud change. Microbial Shroud should give Zerg a lot of other tools to kind of fight Terran late in the game, is the theory. And so I think the idea is to not nerf the tank in every single way possible, basically. So yeah, I think it's just something along those lines. I'm not really sure what the idea was. I told about it the other day initially. I didn't really know if it was. I didn't really know why we were changing this. I think it's just in response to some of the Zerg changes otherwise that are happening. I think. But yeah, I don't even know why, to be honest. Like, Siege Tank seems like a perfectly fine unit to allow being abductable. Kind of feels like that's the sort of thing that Abduct's meant to be designed around being able to do, so I'm not really a I'm not really a fan of it, to be honest. Just makes sense, the tank's down to the ground. Blind Cloud's good anyway. Yeah, I mean, it just takes away options. Honestly, I don't hate it. I actually don't think it's going to be that big of a deal balance-wise. I just don't really know if it was needed either, to be honest. Almost makes Abduct useless. It makes Abduct useless in ZVT. I mean, I think what's crazy, though, is you can't abduct a Siege Tank, but you can abduct Thors. Maybe it's just, again, Blinding Cloud, Microbial Shroud being good. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, that's one I actually just don't really want to comment on, because I don't really have a good answer myself, to be honest. Unstoppable Pork, thank you so much. 35-month resub. Pog, game is alive. Game is alive. Game was never dying, because we were here casting StarCraft anyways, so let's keep believing in that, you know? I would like to see kind of how the later game, like, Microbial Shroud versus Terran works. Because, I mean, maybe that is just genuinely so good that you don't need Abduct. Hey, obviously, Blinding Cloud is very good against tanks as well. It's just, it just works in a different way. Maybe they didn't like, this probably sounds crazy, but maybe they didn't like the options that Zerg had in terms of, like, they could either Blinding Cloud or Abduct and just kind of pick and choose their, you know, that opportunity, and maybe they felt that was a bit too strong later in the game. I honestly, I don't know. that's a hard one to pinpoint, to be sure. Wouldn't mind if the Viper could only pull massive units halfway. Yeah, but then I feel like that's oftentimes very unintuitive, and also when you have Vipers, would it really be so bad if you only have to pull halfway? You can just abduct a little bit. You can abduct twice in some scenarios. No, I don't know. The abduct one is definitely a bit of a question mark, no doubt. Like I said, I feel like I want to see the other changes come into play, and maybe then the abduct change makes a bit more sense, perhaps. So maybe there's something like that kind of involved. Seems intuitive. No, it makes sense in terms of what you're saying, but I don't think it's very intuitive when you're playing. When you're abducting things, that some things only move half the distance versus always moving the same amount. I think that's very It's not obvious, I feel. StarCraft 2 has a lot of things that work very well because things are very consistent. And I feel like changing abduct in that sort of way is something that becomes very inconsistent, especially to a viewer, because as a viewer, if you're just watching, it doesn't necessarily make sense why a siege tank moves less than other units does, you know? I don't know. I think there is something about the consistency of how things work. I mean, that's something which I feel like they've already tampered with a little bit lately, but the less they do that, the better. I'm just cleaning up some troop spread. Funnel growth coming down early in the game. With my connects on. We're actually going to be rushing Microbial Shroud, guys. So Microbial Shroud is now an upgrade again, so you do have to upgrade it. Because that's what Rex is going to go for here. Upgrade into Microbial Shroud. And see if he can make his roaches unkillable by the Marines. Never know what units can break force fields. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a similar interaction, essentially, same idea. The big ones, yeah. Now you just need to siege a tank up on top of a force field to break it down. Cycle complete. Approaches with a reasonable little pushback once again there. Changing things away a little bit, just coming down that right side, still on the creep for a little while. See, that creep spread is obviously, even though Clem's had a little bit of a go at it, is still sticking around rather nicely for the moment. Tank doesn't move while sieging up. I know, so I'm just mean, like, imagine you could just siege a tank on a force field. Boom. It's a new gameplay. Back in the Tankovax days, just lift a tank up and drop a tank down onto a force field as well. Bam! Be fun. Because Medevac is going to go into the main base, so they're going to drop straight in over there. Queen going to be there. Fungal going down. Remember, we do have Microbial Shroud potential, but we don't need it here. We're good enough for the moment. A lot of Marines and Mines up to the top side. A few more Marines and loading on the right. We're just going to see the Roaches taking damage already. Ling's going down. There's a Microbial Shroud. Clem probably just doesn't want to fight in Microbial Shroud, so he's going to move out of it or move away. To be fair, Rex has chased him out of the Microbial Shroud and into, you know, just the Marines in general. So I feel like that's just not quite good enough for Rex, because you've made these infestors and they've yet to really have an impact. Investment is a big one, and now we're going to move our way in towards the Ultralists as well. Ultra's already on the way out. Hatchery on the top goes down. Clem definitely, again, just taking a supply lead in this game. Starting to look very comfortable. Wins this, he plays against Harstem in the next round, which is what we're probably going to follow into. The Marines are stimming through, a couple Lings going down, a couple of corrosive bars dropping into place as well, just currently. I mean, the problem with Micro Shroud is always going to be, especially when you got like Ultras or something, is that those Ultras are always just going to want to move out of it, right? They're always going to be giving chase, and if you're giving chase, you're not sitting still in the defensive cloud. That's why Micro Shroud has always been a funky one to use, to be honest. Shroud going down there, but it's mostly in the Marines, which means that the Marines are protected from the Roaches, no? So now the Microbial Shroud is helping the Terran. The Ultra on the right wasn't dying very quickly, but everything else looking reasonable. As GG's get called, Clem 2-0, he'll play Harstem. In the next round, it's going to be Clem Harstem coming on up. And then Hero's playing Percival, and Lambo's going to play Shin or Ryung, who are apparently playing a long-ass game of StarCraft 2 right now. It helps any unit in the cloud? It should do, no? Is that not what Microbial Shroud does? Microbial Shroud is just an area effect, no? I don't think it's a friendly only thing. Like it's just an AoE effect. You put it down, like it affects everyone that's in there. Yeah. Things you didn't know, because who the hell's used Microbial Shroud in the last few years, right? The small fights you can run to equalize. Yeah, that's why I don't think it's going to be very good for Roaches. I think it'll actually be better for like Ultras, because then you'd be running into Ultras at least. Yeah, Microbial Shroud's such a weird it's just such a weird one in general, you know? Love Harstem, by the way. He got a walkover in this event. He's been an hour and 40 minutes, has been yet to be able to play. Now he gets to play Clem. Microbial Shroud? Maybe the wordings or the hint is in the name. We should have known. What's up, Dave? Thank you so much for the 31-month resub. More patch streaking, more fun. Hope you're having fun, married Wardy. Congrats. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Torch is going to be the map. I think it's cool to have an ability that promises you some melee units in the late game. I think it's cool. I think it's extremely difficult to use on melee units as well, right? Because like you have to stop your melee units running into. I mean, I guess you just cast away your melee, but then melee units just naturally get kited away from as well. Like, it's such an awkward thing. It's just going to be awkward to use, no? It's going to be interesting. Interesting one to follow. As we're in the lobby for this next series, guys. Harstem and Clem coming up. And then it'll be semi-final time and then finals time. So that's what we got going on. Why would you make a spell which benefits enemy units? I mean, why would you make spells that are negative to your own units? You know, I mean, it's just how it kind of works. Hey, maybe Shroud should only be good for Zerg. I think it stops you from just kind of spamming it mindlessly in a way, but I mean, might make it more interesting overall. I guess we shall see. Stuck on the loading screen here. Always exciting. Are there no other abilities in the game that help both players on the map? That's interesting. Hadn't really stopped to think about it, to be honest, but Healing Shrine, it's not quite the same thing. Creep, yeah, and ZVZ, sure. Not help, no. Yeah, it is a bit unique. It's an interesting one. Clem up right and Hearthstone bottom right as we go to torches to start this TVP off. See what is in store for us here on this one. To get this up and ready to roll. Max coming into position, gas coming up, and gets settled down here for a few moments. Trying to see what is going to happen over the next few moments. I mean, this is a matchup where we actually could see that new Storm coming into play, very likely, I would say. So I think that's going to be kind of cool. Yeah, I think we're in for an interesting one in that regard for sure. Order plan building up. Command Center on the way. Add the Cyber Core and the Nexus on. Simulator coming by as well here currently. Awesome, gets his Nexus down, nothing really to shout about there just yet. New Storm is way stronger than it was before the patch. 130 damage overall. Yeah, but it does damage more slowly, right? So, it does the damage more slowly, but it does do good damage. Actually, I'm not sure exactly how the numbers work on Storm right now because the PTR and hoods are very confusing. So it looks decent though. Should Stasis Ward freeze your own units? Good question, isn't it? That'd be interesting. Charge coming up. Orb gate on the way. This is what happens when balance is decided by a community of crying Terrans instead of a centralized balance department. Worst balance. It's certainly one of the takes I've read today. As you do see, Horseman is just opting to go into charge first. Clem coming across the map. He's going to get the Cyclone and a few extra Marines here. Remember that again, hallucination openings not going to be as good anymore. You will have less scouts than before. So you will be able to still scout with hallucinations, just like I say, going to be less than you had before. So the sentry there. I'm going to try and just zone these units out. The Marines and the Cyclone will unload. Getting straight toward the Nexus already. He's just going to be able to get over there. Guardian Shield is going to pop up. Is actually going to go for the medevac. The medevac very close to going down. Does survive though. Haas going to start being able to make picks through this. He is going to lose one more Stalker. The Cyclone is able to get away. And Clem's going to go Hyperflight Rotors. So he's going to get the Banshee upgrade into play. Did he change the Banshee? I remember reading something about a Banshee upgrade. Hyperspeed Rotors research time. Is it called Hyperspeed Rotors? Not Hyper. No, it's called Hyperflight Rotors. Hyperspeed Rotors, name incorrect, decrease from 100 to 79 seconds, so it's a much faster upgrade. It's funny, I actually think we might start seeing Hyperflight Rotors be the go-to kind of a lot of the time, because you can get so much more done from these Banshees when they have that speed, compared to if they have Cloak. Cloak is like, oh, they have detection, it's done. The speed almost always gives opportunity. Some Marines, the tanks, and so continue to gather up for the moment. More warpings coming about. Barracks on the way through. Marine tank. Cyclone coming across. The medevac going to be there as well. Down that right hand side. It's going to fly straight through. 9 workers going down. Man, these Banshees are going to hit hard, huh? And it's so difficult to catch them because he didn't open Blink as well. He opened Charge. I wonder if this is going to kind of shoehorn Protoss plays into more kind of, into even more so than before Blink openings. It's going to be there. I mean, this attacking from Haas isn't doing anything, so Clem with a very comfortable hold here. And the Banshees are just having their way on the other side of the map, going to start getting through even more probes. Did Hyperflight Rotors need a buff? Did this need to finish sooner in the game than it was already finishing? Obviously, in this case, Haasman doesn't have Blink, but like I say, are you going to make it so that there has to be Blink to defend against Banshees every time? So that's going to make this an interesting scenario. Let's focus. Not going to be enough here. This one obviously has already decided. And that will be that. Alright, we are going to go into game number 2 in a second and get back on track. So that one was a little one-sided to say the least. Leyline's going to be map number 2 then, get that started. Pick this one off. And get this going. Hero 2 Percival, he's going to wait for Ryung or Lambo. So Ryung beat Shin, wow. It's actually a little bit of a surprising result. So Ryung, Lambo, winner plays Hero in the semis. Very cool. Alright, so that's happening. Let's get back on track here on Leylines. Right, our Red Terran player is going to be Team Liquido's Clem. He is up 1 in the best of 3 against Harsam on Leylines for map 2. Let's see if Harsam can survive a little deeper in the game this time around. We'll, like I say, we'll Hearthstone get off to a little bit of a better start here. Wonder if Clem will open Banshees again. I think that Banshee change is a pretty fun one. I think it's going to be fun for the Terrans. And it's going to be very miserable for a lot of other players. And like I say, may even kind of force certain ways of playing that part. I'm not sure if we love so much. Definitely feels a little bit annoying if you're going to have to open Blink or Phoenix every single time, right? But I'd say that might just be the world we play on this one. Can Phoenix catch up with Banshee speed? Can Phoenix catch up with Banshee speed? That's a great question. Does anyone know off the top of their head? Must be kind of close, right? Speedy Banshees are very quick. I think they might be like a teeny bit faster, the speed Banshees. They can, but the Observer cannot. So if they're speed and cloaked, it's an issue, but if it's just speed, the Phoenix are fine. Okay. Good info. Thank you. Thank you. The information as we just have. Factory coming about, Reaper on the way. Just gonna see the SCV still building through as we just have the probe moving one way and the other for the moment. And that Nexus dropping down. And settled here for a couple of moments. Sentry will chase the Reaper. And just gonna see the hallucination popping up. Gonna go out across the other side again for a couple of moments. Just take some moves right now. Reapers and the Hellion. I'm just gonna make their way around. We have the Twilight Council finishing soon from Hearthstone. Can't imagine he wants to play charge again, but let's see what his idea may be. See what he plans out to do. Gates building up, okay on the way. We had a few probes on. Just for now as well. I see an extra gate here to beat the wall off, and Clem's little units will hit that front door. Trying to break through. We'll do so if we don't do anything about it. Sentry showing up to maybe trying to provide some aid. Got the cancel there, now pulling back around the other direction. But I mean, I think this is still being dealt with pretty fine for the moment. No real shocks or surprises just yet in the grand scheme of things. So as the sentry step through once again, we'll just have ourselves the Banshee tank, Marines, and the Hyperplate coming up. So Clem's going to stick to what he was just doing previously and just go for more of the same indeed. So he sets up straight into that. Now we're going to have the Reapers and the Hellions just poking there. Like I said, the Hyperplate Banshees going to be against charge again, so we're going to have to be very, very good about playing defense. You're going to lose the sentry to the Reaper Hellion as Clem pokes forward, so Hearthstone not in the prettiest of spaces just for now. Definitely been already a rough start, and I do feel like these Banshees are going to have a field day again without there being any blink or anything to help chase them down. If they find the right entry points, these Banshees could go absolutely huge. Trying to show up, and they start dealing some damage. Stalkers get onto them quickly. We actually do see just there the example of the speed of the Banshees being able to fly by, but flyby only works if there's two, and the first one already took a lot of damage coming in, so good positioning from Hearthstone this time around. Is going to put himself in a much better place to play defense here. That is going to give him a way better setup than what we were working with otherwise. I think that is something we can only really take away as a pretty major win, no? seems very solid to me, at least, as Banshee gets chased back. A couple of shots still coming through. In the end, we still end up killing 10 probes. Rally on the bottom side is going to come through. Stalkers and Zealots there to meet them. So they get turned around there as well. And combat shield, concussive shell, +1 armor. Sorry, +1 attack. I'm pretty committed on aggression, right? Not even getting a second engineering bay early. Really wants to focus on units and getting across the map and taking trades. So rare you see a Terran in TVs. Well, I mean, it's rare you see a Terran operating with 1 engineering bay, but I guess this matchup makes a bit more sense. As you see, our Reaper's poking forward, and a couple of probes taking some damage again. 4 workers already going down, going to make that 5. The Zealots are going to be there to push those back. Now the Medivacs drop into the side. The Storm there coming down, and that is going to remain a while. As the Reapers still continue to try and have their ways. Clem just baiting that, jumping straight back up, no real damage taken. Like I say, having a great time with the Reapers. Up to 6 workers killed is truly some pretty amazing damage thus far. It's still building by. Medivacs and mines on the way out. The Bio will take the chance to stim away up through the top of the map. You see more units pushing through the center. So Stalker, Zealot, Archon, Immortal, all coming across to the other side here, ready to attack into the base. More units swapping about. It's going to be Zealots and High Templar coming by. Get set up right away there. Bit of my shot going to land for some hits. The Storm coming down again. More EMP coming down. Clem trying to get those EMPs to zone out this army of Hearthstone. It's a nice Storm at the front. You can see again the units that get clipped by just don't take as much damage anymore. Get healed back up much more comfortably. A break coming about, a couple of Widow Mines coming through. Still see the command center building, depots on the way. We get the Robo Bay and robotics facility coming online. Need to bring that into place for the moment. Zealots got after the Marine, the Prism coming over, and we have ourselves a Zealot going to get straight into the mineral line there. A couple of SCVs are going to take some shots. Widow Mines are getting jumped on, the Bio pushing through. The MPs available could go down the left side onto the High Templars as they try to arrive. It's a big storm, and it does not hit anything. It's just big because it's actually big nowadays. But a storm that obviously zones for a little bit longer as well still. There's a couple of feedbacks down. The Ghost taking their, getting their energy taken off them, but not sure if that's going to matter. That's still a nice Storm as well on top of that army, and still seeing Storm doing a lot of work here. But we just don't have the same amount of High Templars we used to, and you can see them getting picked off now. Hearthstone will have to back it up. And this gives Clem time to recuperate, get the units back up to HP here as well. Well, Ghosts still settling. Pushing down the bottom again. The Immortals coming over. The Archon going to be right there. The Zealots going to begin to charge straight through. Now Bio Force in general is going to go fighting. Immortal also coming by, but it's just going to get crushed up, and Clem is looking to be a little bit too well set up here. GG's. It's a 2-0, and with that we're going to move into The semifinals, Clem 2-0 into the next round, just like that. Lambo and Ryung finished. No, they're still going into another game. Alright, MaxPax and Clem can go then and get started. They're ready to go. Guys, I'm going to nip to get a drink. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. As you can hear, we're counting down into Clem MaxPax semifinals on the PTR. So that's the PTR. Not the initial PTR, but the second round version of the PTR. Let's see what we are going to do as we head on into the bottom left-hand side. To start us off in this best of 3 semi-final, we'll be having the red Protoss player, MaxPax. Taking on the blue, Terran in the top right-hand side, repping Team Liquid. We're going to have Clem. Thanks for joining us today, guys. If you are enjoying, just a quick mention, like and subscribe on YouTube. Follow on Twitch if you're enjoying some action on the Fresh PTR and you're just enjoying the Wardy tournaments in general. Do consider supporting. Your support goes a long way to us being able to run more events like this and, and the other WardiTV events that we run. So if you want to help us out and support us and all of that, do consider it. Like I said, it goes a long way to helping us do more StarCrafts. With that said, let's focus on what is going to happen in this best of 3 here on the PTR. Excited to see what Clem and MaxPax looks like on potentially our new patch. We'll go nibbling SCV to take a few shots of damage already. And the SCV just takes a few more hits. Builds way over to the side. Getting off of there for a moment or two. Let me just have again our Reaper and our Factory just coming up. Next in the Cybercore, all building into play as well. And we'll see that depot coming down, so everything looking pretty responsible and normal here so far. Nothing too crazy and offbeat just yet. Reaper in the Factory just going to continue to come about and get that Reaper down to the bottom left-hand side so far. Adept going to get Chrono Boosting, shading around. Reaper is going to take a hit right away there. It's taking a big wallop in the face as the Adept continues to shade up that side. Let's see what's up, Black Bear. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. As Reaper backs away from the probe. Coming around a little bit, Adept going to see what it can do. Twilight Council still building in, about halfway done here as the Warp Gate continues to come up as well. Adept is just going to chase that Reaper out of there, push that away for the moment. Nicely done so far. Two Reapers in the Hellion just going to go after the Adept. We'll just be seeing our Command Center Starport Reactor coming up as well. At the blink on the way in, and that Adept still just gathering together for the moment. Again, the Reapers and the Hellions all joining up. The Adept steps forward, the battery going to be there healing, and these units are going to try and run by. MaxPax is going to be able to get rid of that other Reaper if he wants to. Does get rid of it now. Loses a Stalker already. The other unit's going to go and step forward onto the mineral line. We actually have probes that are genuinely in some trouble here, so Clem breaking through and getting some damage done. The Adept will shade. Reaper and the Hellions going down. A few of the probes still pulled into this. We only lost 2 workers so far, 3 now that I finished my sentence. We just have the Reaper down to the low ground. Again, still blink coming up, about halfway done here currently. Get this underway. Headed back to that bottom left-hand side. Water mines ready to drop on in. And we are going to be looking for some damage here. Started the day off looking at the new speedy mines for drilling claws, and obviously that's not the case in this one, but we are going to see those mines still being a little bit of frustration, trying to get something done. Our follow-up to this is going to be Cloak on the Banshees and Siege Tank. So Marine Tank Banshee setup. Again, remember that you can't scout as easily now as MaxPax. Your hallucinations are going to be less frequent. If you even go hallucinations, which in this case he's not, he's just warping across the map with Stalkers. So he's getting ready to just straight up be aggressive. 3 gates of pressure for MaxPax here. going up against Clem, looking to fire this up and looking to get something going in these next few moments as the Stalkers blink straight in. They're going to get a full scout then. Who needs the hallucination if you just blink in your opponent's base and go after SCVs? He'll get 3-4 workers before he's forced to lift up. He's not forced yet. 6. SCVs going down. The Marine's still trying to chase those Stalkers down. Siege Tank trying to get over there as well. It's 7 workers killed. Great job by the Prism. Wouldn't mind still being annoying on the other side and just coming back in, forces some more lost mining time and a dead probe. Stalkers still at it, man. 8, 9 workers going down already. Couple probes going down. So we are going to see the Banshee showing up on the other side. And MaxPax's preparation for that is way less than expected. So Clem really is making up for this a little bit. The lack of Observer right now in issue 2. That Wouldn't Mind will go down. Burrowing when it was still on cooldown. But yeah, this Banshee has just done serious work. For everything MaxPax found, the Banshee shows up, and MaxPax had no preparations for it. And so this Banshee ends up getting a ton of work. I wonder if he just wasn't quite expecting the cloak as well. You know, this might have been a case where he was kind of expecting this to just be, you know, Banshee speed, and so he wasn't expecting the Banshee to show up with cloak available. That's actually kind of a cool factor as well, right? That now the Tech Lab research in a starport is not necessarily just cloak Banshees. There is much more of a chance it could be Banshee speed, and obviously that, you know, maybe changes how you defend every time. So it does kind of hide the Terran's intentions a little bit more too, and maybe gives them more openings and more opportunities in that regard. So I think that's a cool one. Banshee's back in, this time around the back of the natural. No battery in the mineral line, so the Banshee able to succeed for a few more workers. Does get shot down by the Stalker, who's going to cancel the battery on the 3rd. As that Banshee goes down, MaxPax is confident he doesn't need it. The Observer there getting caught as well with the scan coming down. Clem able to make a nab on that. Just take that one down. So it's going to be a nice quick pick. Clem not far from getting his bio upgrades into play. The Sim Combat Shield seconds away. +1 is not going to line up with them, but it does give you full strength on the bio units otherwise, which obviously changes a lot about how you approach the game a lot of the time and a lot of what you might be able to do here in the upcoming minutes and so on. Bio gonna get that. Coming across the other side. Gonna zealot up. CC gonna land in position here. MaxPax on his way into Colossus, by the way, so he's not going to go Storm in this game. He's going to go Colossus instead and get that up and rolling right now. We're gathering together. Again, the Colossus gathering up. Thermal Lens +1 all coming through. I'm going to get that probe already dropping. The Thermal Lens very much so still continuing across. As we get the Colossus continuing to come into play. Another scan coming about right now. Another couple of warp ins. Still seeing the engineering bay, armory, refinery all building through. So Clem looking for more upgrades, looking for the future. On his way to those Vikings, the gas buff was reverted. Oh, the gas buff on the Viking cost was reversed, so Vikings not as cheap as they were when the initial patch came around. And Colossus Thermal Lens +2. A little bit of everything on the way in. Get the Dark Shrine and the Forge moving as well. Are going to be there. He's going to be seeing a little bit of a push forward happening. Stalker's already taken some shots. Armor upgrade plus 2 attack all continue to come around. The bio continues to get in. A few of the Stalkers still being grabbed. Good damage being done as the bio continues to step over. Vikings nearby. Disruptor coming up as well. A couple of the Woodermine shots landing onto the Zealots, which do come through. Get rid of a siege tank there as well. Another Disruptor. Sorry, another Woodermine getting rid of a couple of Zealots. These Zealots will fall as Clem plays cleanup back at home. MaxPax to supply 156 to Clem's 186. It's another round of Zealots. 7 more coming up. Disruptors on the way through. Big army. I'm stepping forward, obviously looking for intentions to get to the other side of the map here. So once they get down to the bottom left, Colossus count looking reasonable. Disruptors are here. Disruptors got buffed, by the way. Disruptors now fire more frequently with a larger radius, if I'm not mistaken. So Disruptors are looking good. I'm just going to get there. A couple of pickoffs made. I wonder if this was what MaxPax kind of intended the whole time. Get to Colossus, consistent setup, and then get to the Disruptors. And maybe he just likes those Disruptors. We'll see what they do here. As the bio comes around the left-hand side, the Vikings will be gathering. The Colossus are going to be right there, ready to maybe come and deal with this. The Stalkers stepping down initially, going to have to back it up. Massive Zealot counterattack. MaxPax basically sends just all of his Zealots to the other side. Those Disruptor shots are going to start firing through here. Again, bigger connections than before. That was a big one right into the center. And again, their cooldown is less than it used to be, so you can fire more of them. They cover more space. Help to zone a whole lot better than they were doing so previously. Again, those Zealots doing work on the other side, but Clem is doing work here. And he's doing work against the main army as well, which is obviously absolutely huge. That orbital command is probably dead if it doesn't lift up. At the same time, this Protoss army is not looking too healthy. That said, the Disruptors are still alive, and they're still trying to put some work in. Trying to keep Clem back a little bit longer right now as we try and dodge away to the sides. That Zealot run by was absolutely huge, man. 21 SCVs going down. Obviously, Clem killed 16 probes here. And in the end of it all, MaxPax survives. Now, one thing you got to mention now is that MaxPax is alive on kind of just Disruptor gateway units. And that's typically one of the worst armies you're going to find yourself on as a Protoss player. It's very good for kind of keeping momentum and staying active in the game, but it's not great in the long term. Wonder if Clem maybe thinks about going in towards the Liberators at some point soon as well, helping to zone against what is a very zony army as well. Loses a medevac full of units there, unfortunately, so Clem missing out as he just continues to build a bio for the moment. Recall into the main base is going to be the response, and Clem is already lifting to get out instead. And he's going to fly straight into units here. MaxPax never brought everything fully away. It's another full medevac that gets taken down, of all things. This attempted drop play from Clem could not have been shut down harder if he'd truly tried. Finally going to get picked away. Clem pushing down to the bottom. Nexus immediately comes under fire right now, so this is going to be another base killed. MaxPax becomes a 3-base Protoss. Clem diving forward. He doesn't care about the Disruptors. Well, maybe he should have done a little bit. Some of them do connect. He got rid of a bunch of them. He's still diving forward. He could maybe get more Disruptors. He wasn't watching for a second there, but opportunity as the medevacs try and drop back into the main base. He got rid of all but 2. Well, now it's just a gateway force, and that's going to be way less effective than what we've been playing with before now. Caduceus reactor on the way to give the medevacs their healing buff. And Clem will lift off and pull away once more. Again, you got to remember that these Disruptors hit a little bit bigger than before as well, so Clem's maybe not used to that. I don't know if the cooldowns really come into play too much here just yet. It's going to be interesting. I feel like Disruptors are already very good at holding players back a lot of the time. But with a lower cooldown, man, they're going to be great at holding back certain areas and just zoning for an extended period. Clem will eat one Disruptor shot there. Hits a second on a couple of Marines. The bio looking to try and chase down this ramp and still take this fight. Army supplies are now just about trickling back over into Clem's favor. MaxPax had a few good moments in this game, but every time I've been concerned for him, even when he had a supply lead, because he's been ending up on a worse and worse army, and that's just not changed. This is basically pure Zealots, and with a couple of Disruptors flung in there to try and help out. As said, Clem is still working with Vikings as he starts eating Disruptor shots. That's not exactly going to help him long term right now. I tell you what Clem does not have, and that is Ghosts. A few Ghosts here, EMPing up some of these Zealots would have been nice. Fight does continue, does not end just yet. The Marauders trying to get their way of things. A few additional reinforced Zealots will say nuh-uh. we are done with this for now. And the supplies are really kind of spot on with each other. Coming out of this fight as Clem pulls back. Now he dives forwards. So Disruptor that he will be able to deny. He will not get close to the next one and has to pull away from there. +3 attack upgrade building right now as we just have the fire pushing through again. It's just going to be Clem still putting the pressure on. Full upgrades, +3, +2 on both sides. Still continuing over there. Zelda here, just as Clem tries to take another expansion, put that into play. Remember that MaxPax with 3 base Protoss for a bit. He's just now gone back to 4 bases. And so he's not had booming economy throughout this. Clem denying that eco is what makes this such a competitive game right now. If this had been just the 4th and 5th base operational for MaxPax, he would be swarming Clem, no doubt. But yeah, he got hit hard on the economy. He's going to try and get back to 5 bases now as Clem is taking his own 5th base, as we just saw, over to that right-hand side. Now MaxPax makes the play around on the right, looking to see if there's anything in particular that might be able to happen over there. Answer is not really just yet. Bio still stepping through, result going down. +3 armor upgrade coming about. Still got Marine Marauder building through. A couple of libs coming online. It's another round of Zelds that get warped in already. Nexus on the left side gets cancelled. On the right side, the Bio Army pushing in. Disruptor shot is not going to be close enough, and that is, again, the zoning power of those Disruptors. Might be able to just keep that army at bay for a pretty extended time period. We have a Colossus mix back into play as well. That's great. Liberator is now coming back around too. Liberators did receive a slight nerf in the patch update, by the way. Their sight is reduced from 10 to 9, I believe. What that means is, in this scenario, it doesn't really matter, but when libs have lib range, their ability to grant themselves their own vision to kind of shoot at super far distances is limited. So it nerfs a little bit of the ranged liberator harassment. I don't think it changes so much of kind of in a major army on a main army, where you're probably going to have vision elsewhere or otherwise. Clem does end up taking this game as he just outswarms MaxPax. Really, at the end, just Clem having bases up and MaxPax not. MaxPax really struggling to get extra bases online is going to be the issue. GG's. As we get ready for game number 2. Perfect, guys. Fun stuff. Fun game. Game 2. In a moment or so, wait for Clem to host us up here, or MaxPax, or whoever wants to do the hosting. Funny scenario, of course. This is PTR, and PTR only has NA servers, so Clem and MaxPax playing each other on NA, one of the few times that'll ever happen. It happened a little bit when Clem was in Korea, but yeah, obviously both in Europe right now, but both playing with that NA ping. You don't see any buff on Disruptors in the patch? Am I crazy? Purification radius increased from 1.5 to 1.75. Purification cooldown reduced from 21.4 to 17 seconds. So they got a radius buff and a cooldown buff. Just realized there was a second set of patch notes. Yep, new patch is about 14, 15 hours old. So you go and check the newest version. ! Patch in the Twitch chat will give you the link to the newest version of patch notes. We got ourselves bottom left MaxPax, top right Clem. Clem leading 1-0 for the moment. Game 2. Can MaxPax bounce back? It was actually a very good game. Back and forth. Definitely some moments that look good for MaxPax. I think he just really struggled, like I say, losing bases and just losing a little bit too much of his tech that he couldn't get back online. And that's one of the interesting issues with Disruptor Colossus tech, is that you are generally, if you lose everything at once, going to have a period of time where it takes a while to build back up. And that's an interesting comparison to the Storms and High Templar that we've been talking about so much lately in this matchup, because obviously Storms and High Templar, you're only ever really like a warping away from having High Templar back. Obviously, then you need energy to recharge on them. Obviously, we had energy overcharge to help out with that a little bit. But it always felt like getting back to a good High Templar count was never really an issue. Whereas getting back to a good kind of Robo unit count is. And if you're forced more into Robo play here, that does kind of bring that power back. It is one of the negatives of Robo play, but Robo play has its positives as well. The consistency, 2 tech units built into 1 tech, such as the Colossus and Disruptors. They both filled very different roles. There we go. The Disruptor doesn't seem to have the changes implemented in this version of the PTR. Really? Really? I thought that Disruptor shot looked huge. I thought it was just... I already believed the Disruptor looked bigger. Or the shot size looked bigger. Well, there you go. If you guys thought the Disruptor looked exactly the same, you were probably not wrong. Just me being placebo Disruptors, yeah. It's only the cooldown that's not implemented. Okay, now I'm being told everything. I thought it looked bigger, but I also, you know, when you think it's going to be bigger and you just see, you're like, yep, that looks bigger. It's like confirmation bias. I thought I just had that. So maybe it's just the cooldown that's not out just yet. I thought they looked a bit bigger, but maybe that's up in the air. But the cooldown's still the same. How much of an impact do you think the cooldown's going to make? Kind of curious. 4 or 5 seconds on the cooldown. What does that enable you to do? We used to say 4 Disruptors would always be able to fire in the same area consistently. Now you can kind of do that a little bit with a little bit more lacklusterly on 3 Disruptors. Cooldown's the big change. Yeah. Just being able to just keep on zinging shots forward. I guess you'll now much more easily be able to just throw 2 shots, 3 shots at a time, and just always still have Disruptors off cooldown as well. Constantly be able to hold kind of map control a bit more easily with Disruptors. I say more easily, you obviously have to be super active with it, right? But they will be able to fill that role if you're capable of pulling off the consistent attacks and shots with them. Seeing the Stalker. Gonna ping through. Reaper will take a few shots of damage. A little bit being done there. Blink about halfway done. Blink, Prism, Gateway, a little bit of everything coming through there initially. Stalker stepping over, Medevac going to be right there, a couple of mines inside. It's going to be lurking around, looking for their opportunity to find the way in. Raven just coming through as well currently. The mine going to get burrowed up, the pros pull back. Stalkers gonna be able to blink underneath, and that Medevac goes down. Would a mine? So you just got blink, right? So you can just blink away from this mine shot. And we're gonna clean that up effectively. Good cleanup. A little bit of lost mining time, yes, but the full cleanup is always going to be great because it means you don't have to sit around and worry about that Medevac coming back any longer, which really is a major positive. So that's a big plus so far. Looks like Lambo and Ryung have gone to a game 3, I think, by the way. So just a little update for you guys there. I'll try and get further confirmation on that when possible. As these couple of SCVs repairing the bunker might just be enough to keep it alive, and so far so good. We are going to keep it swinging on that one. Stalker still gathering, Viking and Marine and Stim coming through. The couple Stalkers will unload, SCVs will take damage. And we'll see the few SCVs pulling back the other way. Raven overhead is just going to be pulling back there with that Prism coming through the top side as well. I do pull away from that one for the moment. So it looks as though we're going to be good for now. As the Stalker's just going to stay back, stay away. Fortunate gate or two coming up from MaxPax, I say. It's actually 3 gates, so it's not a gate or 2 at all, but it felt very casual to say it, and I was like, it's so wrong, I'm going to have to correct myself. As you just see our Prism still chilling out overhead. All those upgrades coming on in. There's a Phil McJr. Thank you so much for the 31-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. What's up, Piggy? How you doing? Thank you for the 55. Hope you're doing well. Great job on running this. No worries. Thank you so much. What's up, Mana? Thank you so much for the 23-month resub on the Prime. More PTR turnies, please. Yeah, I said this at the start, but it's just an unfortunate time. I'm away from today until Monday, so maybe if PTR is still up next week, we'll probably run some PTR stuff again, but otherwise I would have been running PTR stuff all week long probably. But yeah, we'll run some PTR stuff if it's still around next week and changes are still being made and stuff. But yeah, I won't be here the next few days. And slowly, more PTR turnies please as well. 86-month reset, thank you so much. Maybe there'll be a new PTR version next week, maybe. And maybe I'm going to come back right on time again, you know? Maybe. Stalker's gathering up. Get set to go. Marine Marauder, Medevac all coming through. +1 attack on the way in. Charge. Thermal Lance. +1 coming up as well, as Clem will break down out of his position, or out of his natural, I should say. He has got a 3rd CC ready to move into place, but he's also been on 5 racks. Dude is ready to maybe take some trades. Once again, MaxPax playing toward the Colossus here. Thermal Lance on the way up. +1 attack upgrade coming into play. CVs will transfer over to the 3rd base as well. Just going to put them in position. Going to get a bunker down for the next couple moments. +1 attack. Thermal Lance coming through. And Nexus and Colossus continue to build as well just for the moment. So we bring all of that up. A couple Vikings, Marauders, and a Marine coming by as well currently. Over to my shot. Coming through again. A couple of hits coming around. Medevac still overhead. Vikings, Marines, and the armor upgrade getting into position. We have ourselves the few units already trying to harass from MaxPax onto the natural. Clem is chasing those away right now, so it looks as though that's an easy pushback for him against the Zealots. Obviously, if the Zealots committed forward, Clem would have just ran behind the not the stack defense, but just the kind of structures in general in the Sim City, and would have been able to aid his defense in that regard. So that's why you see MaxPax just running and taking a couple losses. But now MaxPax swings around the left side with the entire army. And if Clem's out of position, then that could be a big issue. The 2 Colossus come stepping forward. Units are going to set up. A couple of Zealots already being pushed back. Vikings going to be sitting overhead. Zealots going to take down the bunker. And we continue to push through right now. Colossus firing. A few more Zealots warping in. Dark Shrine and +2 attack upgrade coming up as well. You're going to see a Viking going down now. Zealots leaking into the natural expansion toward the main base. And Clem not dealing with this reposition well at all. Has to deal with this run by first. And the problem is he can't get into his main easily because he's stopped because the units are camping out the 3rd. So Clem can't move his main force across. He could drop, but that's always scary as well. Now he needs to get the Vikings back over here and help against these Colossus. Clem was bleeding SCVs. Now it feels like his entire position is just bleeding away from him in general. Drops a couple mules down. Bunker will live. There's only... Okay, we're getting to a point where there's only really Colossus and Stalkers left. That might be where Clem can actually come through and fight this army a little bit more easily. Colossus are going to get surrounded in from both sides. All the turrets are going to stop the retreat in one direction at least. And Clem is going to come in and find himself the shutdown on this force. MaxPax is going to end up losing absolutely everything as Clem sits 52 to 26 army supply coming out from that. He lost a ton of SCVs, 23 SCVs down. Looks as though that might be the final number as there's nothing left in Clem's bases. But he will be able to take a 4th base now. He can replenish those SCVs. Again, MaxPax has to stop to replenish his count of tech units. So needs to start moving into that for the moment. And that put into place as we just have, again, +2 attack coming in, Colossus, Nexus, Forge all coming up as well. The Bio Army getting back toward the top side. There are going to be units from MaxPax heading in over on the right as a few Stalkers step up and try to get a little bit of something done. There's a couple of Zealots in the Prism, working their way around that left-hand side now. working their way down toward the bottom corner for the moment. Next coming through, Dark Shrine coming up, add a couple DTs in general. Looking good for the moment. As our Stalker Colossus just gathers for now. So we get that all set. One Viking going down. We get a couple units set up as well. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers going to try and fight. The Bio going to be right there. Prism in the main base. MaxPax will have Clem pulling back to deal with that. It's no unload, it's just a warp in. Okay, he had like one or two zealots maybe in the Prism already. But mostly focused on a warp in. Wooden Mine will help to defend that heavily. Can we get rid of the Prism before the warp in completes? No, but that will be the last warp in at least for now. MaxPax is going to jump into the front. Clem was out over to the left side. Not sure what was drawing his attention over there, but completely out of place as MaxPax takes another fight in and is going to get some good damage done. There's a lot of SCVs falling once more. Clem probably feels forced to fight because he needs to get something out of all the losses he's just taken. Viker's going to come in from the other side. This time he does not have the cool flanking maneuver onto the Colossus though, and MaxPax is going to get it done. Colossus Stalker going to get in there. GG's, and we go game 3 between MaxPax and Clem. So that's going to be game 3 coming up. Deciding map. I think it was Dark Templar that were running about and causing a bit of trouble, pulling Clem to the sides. A little bit of an overreaction. Lets MaxPax take position, push in, and take a good fight. Nicely done. MaxPax yet to use Storm. Playing the Robo-only styles, Colossus and Disruptor game 1. Not even Disruptors game 2, just the Colossus here. Saying, you know what? I'm not going to engage with the PTR changes in that regard, at least. He's just like, I'm just going to move back into this style that did me a lot of favors against Clem in the past as well. As we get ready for game 3 in a couple of moments, going to pile on to decide this one. Alright, Pylon coming up. Get this up and running. Be in game in a moment. Kick this off. GLHF called, as we have top left. MaxPax taking game 2 to tie us up here 1-1 in the best of 3. Taking on, of course, Clem in that bottom right side. Our Blue Terran just got dragged around a little bit too much there at the end and ends up dropping that second game. As we get back to this series then, so back to action. Getting underway. What's up, Hamper? Thank you so much for the 92-month resub. Crazy big sub. We found any new bugs yet? I don't think so. Everything's been looking pretty normal today. It's been very, just very normal so far. Nothing crazy. Everything as expected for the moment, at least. Hero is going to be playing the next semi-final, guys. That'll be against either Ryong or Lambo. Ryong and Lambo in a long game at the moment, or a long series, I should say. I don't know if anyone's... I think Rex might be on those games, actually. Let me just take a quick peek at Rex's stream and see what's happening over in that round of 8, because they've been going for a while. Lambo's streaming his point of view. It is 1-1 between Rex and... between Lambo and Ryong. Oh my god, Lambo just corrosive valve 3 medevacs in motion. Pretty sick. So Lambo's playing Infesta. Well, he's 9 minutes in game and he's invested into Neural Parasite, spamming Infestas, Ultra Cavern on the way. So that game is that series is looking a little bit crazy over on that's on Rex's stream. Or Lambo's point of view is up and available as well. So yeah, Lambo always an experimenter as well. So definitely probably some new stuff coming in there. Just thought I'd see how that was going because, like I said, they've been playing a while, but it is 1-1. So they have gone to 3 games. Probably going to be a good one to catch back up on at some point. So check that out. Sorry guys, while I was tabbed out, you might have seen the FPS drop a little bit. The Neural was meant to be micro-robo. I was going to say, like, I'm not going to question it because I'm just glancing at the game, but I feel like that's a mistake, but... yeah, micro-robo shroud might have been a bit of a nicer upgrade. Quality Council coming about, Wargate coming over. It's going to be seeing the Command Center, Hellion the Reaper, all still building through currently. Hoping the Hellion will take some opportunity to jump onto the Adept for a few moments. So that Twilight Council is finished and we can go straight toward the Blink, so kind of an expected starting point at the very least. We'll see how seen Clem experiment with Speedy Banshees already today. Maybe that's something he cranks out here in this game 3 against MaxPax as well. Just going to be able to shade back. It is going to be kept alive. The units are going to still run at the front, but the battery's there, which makes it difficult to jump on. And we actually end up taking a loss. And step forward just a little bit too aggressively. The unit stepping forward again. Probe will go down. Adept just going to sit there. Reaper and Hellion again push back the other way for the moment. We're just going to have ourselves the Tech Lab coming about. Barracks coming into place. A Robo Facility and Blink all coming about as we speak. All of that coming through for the moment. And the Blink not far from finishing here as the Gates, Stalkers, the Prism all coming about, the Medevac up to the top. Ready to make an unload. One mine. It's going to force, I was going to say force the Blink, but obviously Blink not done just yet. So that's actually a Stalker going down. And second mine will force some lost mine time. That's the double kill on the probes. So 2 probes and a Stalker for 2 mines. Medevac is going to be alive, but obviously very low, as the Reapers actually hop in for some more workers to take advantage of this. You're not going to see the Reapers going and bring this up to 6 workers killed, so that's 4 additional probes going down right there. The Medevac did not evacuate the mine during that, just in case you lost track of it. The mine did indeed get dealt with, but not bad at all for Clem, who gets in there early and gets some damage dealt. MaxPax cranking an Observer at the moment, but wondering... He actually cancels the Observer. I wonder if he wants the extra gas. Looks as though he's going to take the extra gas for Stalker warp-ins for the moment. Stalker's going to be there. Couple shots coming through, tank moving back over. The Liberator's going to siege up a couple of probies. Not going down. Was that just the Liberator vision? I felt like that Liberator should have shot. I feel like that Liberator probably should have done something. I think that one bugged out a little bit, so maybe something to look at on the Liberator there. That's the Liberator sight range? Yeah, but surely a Liberator here should be able to shoot probes here, no? Like, that shouldn't have been one sight taking that sort of shot down. So yeah, I'll have to double check on that one. I'll go back in the replay and check it. When was it? 6 minutes? Okay, we'll take a re-round on that quickly, but Bunker going to be taking a few shots. SCV's pulling in for a little bit of repairing. Marines just gathering up. Vikings overhead. Siege tank in good position as well to try and help deter the Stalkers from doing much else. So for the moment, just going to hold back. A couple more barracks still gathering up. Stim Combat Shield +1 all on the way in. The extra 2 barracks on the way. Clem is heading into a 5-rack situation, so he's not going into a 3rd CC. Let's get those extra gates all coming online. Add the robotics bay online along with it. +1 attack and charge. We'll continue to build on through. And we do see the Observer in the main base is going to get shot down, so the Vikings pull across there, clearing that up. And again, just cranking 5 racks of production. MaxPax is not going to be on any splash damage for a little bit. Robo Bay is just now finishing, so if he doesn't have any splash here, Clem's push has a lot of potential in it, right? A lot of strength waiting to happen. They're going to be there. Stalkers pushed away. Stim combat +1 all coming up still. The battery is going to get some healing done. A couple of Vikings find the warp prism over here. It's going to get straight in after that, and it would be nice just to stop that from ever warping in, right? So just make it so you don't have to worry about it. SCVs are pulled. Clem committing across the map. 2 basing it up, and against the Colossus style, I mean, this is kind of what you dream of, especially when the Robo Facility's right there up for grabs. It's still powered. He gets rid of the pylon, depowering 2 gates. He should really go for the Robo then. I mean, that's going to make life a lot easier. Stalkers step in. The Widow Mines do some friendly fire. The Stalkers blinked away. Only 1 tank went down initially. Clem just has a lot of units. Like I say, if you don't have Splash to deal with this feels like a problem, as we are going to try and commit through. The Zealots will not last very long. Probes are now pulling in, but very disjointedly. I mean, they pull in while the bottom side army has already pulled back. Not exactly ideal. We will see the Prism coming back over here as well. Try some micro and some moves. We got a couple of sentries. They're going to start going down, so goodbye Guardian Shield. And you can just see that this isn't going to be enough. The Vikings will intercept the Prism. It got away initially, apparently, from those Vikings, but now it will fall. It looks like Clem will advance to today's final. As the Stalker gets chased, the Zealots get shot down, and Clem lost a lot of SCVs, obviously, but he's up 50 army supply currently. And yeah, he's kind of hurting on his bio units, but not enough that they're going to go down to a couple of Stalker shots, which is pretty much all MaxPax can provide at this point in time. MaxPax with money to spend as well. But just no good way to spend it right now, as you know, that Robo getting jumped on so easily definitely was not ideal. Just going to see the bio still fighting. Chichi gets called. Clem will take game number 3 of the series. 2-1 in his favor. And that will set us up into our second semi-final, which will be Hero Ryong. Oh, I wanted to go check that Liberator quickly. Let me just jump back in the replay and check the lib quickly. Just want to see what it looked like. Now look at that. So like I said, the Liberator sight range is reduced, but it shouldn't be to the point where I couldn't fire here. Like, it sees those probes. Is it because it's losing vision on the probes? That... Oh my god, it's actually true. Oh my god, that's insane. Wow. It just looked like the probes were clearly in range. I didn't realize the sight change was that dramatic. I thought it was more like a ranged Liberator thing it was going to get nerfed on, not like I'm sieging a mineral line with a normal Liberator is going to be a problem. That's crazy. It did look like a bug, but he didn't have vision, no? Like, the vision just wasn't enough. It looked like it became a ground unit. I mean, it just, the vision didn't look right, no? I mean, I don't think the vision should be that low in the Liberator. But like the vision when it flew in looked big, and then the vision reduced. I think it might still be a bug. So like, it wasn't a bug of it not firing. It was a bug of it maybe still not having the vision it should have. It was the vision, yeah, but I don't think it should have that little vision. Someone clip it quickly. Someone clip it so I can look at it again, because we're going in game. I feel like one vision should... Did Liberators were only ever able to see just to the edge of their siege? Crazy. Bottom left side, Hero is going to be our red Protoss player. Top right hand side, Ryong is going to be our blue Terran. I mean, if that's an effectiveness, if that's the effectiveness on like Liberate is without an upgrade, Lib range is almost like not worth building, it feels like. Who the heck's Tuna? That's Ryung. This is Ryung, and this is Hero. Hero's a bug. It's obviously it's PTR server, guys, so people have different names and stuff. The siege area no longer reveals like it did before. But I mean, the nerf for the Liberator was specifically Liberator sight reduced from 10 to 9. So it. Yeah, I guess we'll see. So we've got a proxy on the map. Let's get to this, guys. I'm obviously trying to figure out the Liberator thing, but I guess we'll see. I feel like it is bugged. That doesn't feel right to me, but we'll see. If that's the case, Advanced Ballistic should increase sight range a little bit, maybe. So yeah, well, anyways, we'll get that figured out. It's an interesting one for us to pick up on. As our command center and factory coming through, you'll see the refinery coming about, and it's 2 adepts because Hero has proxied a gateway. I love it when the guys show up and they're like, you know what, let's test the PTR today. Hero's like, test the PTR? You mean let's take home some money? Adepts on the way, and harassment coming in. This probe already being an annoyance, and Ryung might be in some trouble in these early stages. So let's see what happens as we do see the Marine able to grab the probe. Starport coming over, just going to be having the Adept and the Zealot together coming up. Obviously, Ryung just instantly cancels the low ground CC, or should do, because I don't know if he's ever going to get a chance to truly break down here. He's going to build a Marauder, but I think that CC is going to have to cancel. If he cancels it, he could start building on the high ground again. He's not going to do so just yet, as obviously these units are prioritizing the wall-off, so maybe he does feel like he will get back to the low ground soon enough. Marauder just going to fire. I'm just going to be seeing the concussive shells coming about. The Marauder's still on the way through. There's a couple of Adepts and the Stalker still gathering about. Still going to have the extra Stalkers coming about. Warp Gate coming online. I see those couple of Adepts are going to go shading. CC is, like I say, it's in trouble. I mean, at this point, you could argue the CC is at least taking the attention of the units for a little bit, but I think this would have been better. I mean, if you'd cancelled that straight away, you could have been so far along on rebuilding it right now. Oh no, Adepts get in. Oh, this is going to be messy. Stalkers are going to go after those Marauders. The Widowmine is going to go down. Did get rid of one of the Adepts at least. Maybe committing in was a little bit of an overestimate from Hero. I mean, he's still had a pretty great game where these SCVs have been running around and doing all sorts so far. Stalker coming back over, Medevac, Cyclone, and the Marine building through as well. Probe facility coming up, get those couple probes on the go. Stalker step up, Marine Marauder takes some damage. Hellion taking a few shots as well, so a few hits coming about. As the SCVs will still just be having to pull in. Obviously, Cyclone should provide some good defense. I mean, how much defense can I revive? Don't lose the Cyclone, taking a bunch of shots there. Need to be super careful with it. And Marauder trying to do some work as well. And I'm just going to see the Cyclone and the Marauder still setting up. The Stalker still settling down. And the Cloaking on the way in here for Ryung as Hero. Again, just builds a few more Stalkers up and obviously has expanded behind this. Getting his Observer on the way as well. And just getting a couple more Cyclones. Marauder coming down. Going to get working our way through. A couple of those Stalkers continue to take a whole chunk of damage here. Some good shots coming through for the moment. Looks like we're going to come across. Pylon will take some shots. Going to see a second pylon taking a similar amount of shots here as well. It's going to be going down, so pylon will fall. Tank, barracks all building up. Twilight Council on the way through. We continue to get settled. Observer will take a chance to step through for the moment. Hey, what's up, Narcosis? Thank you so much for the 8-month resub as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Twilight Gun's on the way. Gates on the way up. Coming out of this, you can see the 11 worker lead for Hero is clearly very strong. He's not on a fast third base or anything. He's adding a bunch of gateways now. As the Temple Archives as well. So we'll see what he does from this point. Nation moving about. Again, Stim Combat +1 will continue to come over for a little bit. Just gonna see the few Marines gathering and everything will again settle for a little while. Like I say, Hero's not on a super fast third. Hero's not on super fast tech. He gave up a fair bit of this to do initially. And Stim Combat and +1 all building through for a little while. Marine Marauder coming up as well. And those reactors will continue through for the moment also. Again, storm building, charge building. Next is on the way. We had on a couple probes. We had on the gateway. We need to settle ourselves in here as that storm and the charge all building by. Again, our upgrades just coming through for the moment, getting everything set. Cells making their way up around the top of the map as a few units down to the bottom. Getting settled as well. I mean, kind of waiting to see the storm come into play, really. I think, obviously, this early game's been very effective for Hero still. Still like his spot. But as that storm comes online, we'll see how well he can do and see if that army... Is he going to transition through to something that can really be kind of very sturdy on the map here, so... Storm finishes up. Blink on the way. That's something to note as well. We obviously went directly to charge here as that Observer gets caught. So that's going to be an Obs kill for Ryung. A lot of Observers dying today. Obs change is something that we've got to take note of. So one thing to think on there as well is we just have the couple of units moving about. When do they nerf Scan? Hopefully soon. It's ridiculous. Have they ever thought about the fact Scan just gets to see things constantly? It's insane. Never had such ridiculous things happen. It's ridiculous. So it's all going to set up and look as though they want to maybe come charging through. A lot of bio gathering together. Mines, tanks gathering up as well. Storm coming down. Bio units taking a few shots. Results are warping in. The blink is coming up. Zealots are going to still chase me. I'm just going to be seeing the bio running back still. I mean, big push in. Going to see another storm available right here. Hits that one more on his units. You can see the storm definitely ticking for a little bit less per tick, but still effective, right? Like, this is what I think a storm chain should look like, where you can still clearly see that storm is effective and dealing damage. Remember that storm is also larger now, so when you are dropping those storms, it covers a larger area right off the bat, and that obviously is going to have a pretty high impact as well. Double Widow Mine there could be impactful just to hit the Prism. You see the Prism taking some shots. Big storms here, not really much space for Ryung to run to. And I think Hero was kind of on the winning track anyway, but this definitely seems to skewer it. Hero going to take game one of our best of 3. Alright, I want to go look at this lib clip quickly. Just see what's up. Should have looked at his vision before he flew in, actually. So is it so what I was kind of reading in chat while this game was getting going is that basically Liberators used to have their circle just as vision anyway. So that was not tied to... the Liberator circles were not tied to the Liberator's actual vision, but the Liberator already had vision just of its circle, and so now that's maybe not the case with the change, in which case that's kind of a pretty major impact nerf. Without range vision and range, the range was the same. So that doesn't affect upgraded libs, but libs with lib range now, previously only were able to see because they had the liberation, because the circle provided vision, and now libs with range will have even less vision, basically. Right? Yes? No. You don't feel like Storm deal less damage than before? No, I think you can noticeably see that Storm's not killing stuff as quickly, no? Or am I crazy? Alrighty, game number 2, as Hero is up 1 in the bottom right-hand side. Young down a game then in the top left-hand side. Maybe Advanced Ballista is unaffected. I just wonder what the idea of the change was, though. Like, was the idea of the change to make it so that libs would not be able to see everything and not use their full circle without additional vision, or was it to me, I read the change as probably like, oh, that's going to impact ranged liberators, right? But if it affects normal liberators, I'm like, oh, that feels weird. You only see 50% of the circle of sieged at max range with the advanced ballistics upgrade. And that's with the change, or that was... Because that wasn't the case before, because before the circle was providing vision too. That's so wild. I didn't even know that the Liberator provided... The Liberator circle provided vision. I had no idea that that was a thing. It makes so much sense, because actually it's insane that the libs always have the vision they need, but like I didn't realize that was a thing. So yeah, Clem could not see the workers. So it probably is just working as intended, no? It's so wild. I feel like that really heavily nerfs Liberators, man. That's such a massive Liberator nerf. I mean, Liberator harassment feels pretty rough then. Okay, I mean, you can still lib harass, but you're going to have to expose the Liberator way more heavily, right? So I think that's definitely a big switch up. It shouldn't really affect libs when it comes to bigger fights, because you should most of the time probably have vision. I mean, it does mean libs don't get free shots off if you don't have vision and the army starts stepping in towards you. The Liberators will not shoot until units are even closer than they used to be, right? Kind of wild. That's actually such a big change that I was not even really thinking. I read this, I was like, oh, that'll be interesting, but this feels so impactful. That's wild. That's crazy. Okay. It only nerfs harassment in a fight. It only nerfs harassment. No, it doesn't only nerf harassment. If you are sieged up and you don't have a scan on your opponent because your libs, because Liberators are always going to be the first line of defense. You don't siege up Liberators and then put your units in front of the Liberator zones, right? So typically, if a Terran is playing defensively and you have your libs sieged up but you don't have vision because you're not scanning the opponent's army, they will be able to traverse halfway through a ranged Liberator circle before taking a shot. That's kind of a nerf. That's not just a nerf to harassment, that is 100% a nerf to how Liberators fight. It's not a nerf to every aspect of the Liberator, but it definitely nerfs the impact that they can create as units step in toward them. Oracle flying through. Just going to see a Revelation coming down. A few Marines going to get tagged up in that. Also, yeah, it will also chase if your opponents are running away from Lib range. Then also Libs won't get as many shots off. I mean, that part I don't think is as effective. Oracle coming around. You will see the charge going up here from Hero. I love that out of all of this now, Liberators are turned into one of the big talking points of the day. Love it. Crazy. Crazy business. Alrighty, we do have the couple of SCVs coming through, Engineering Bay and a Barracks coming up as well. Get this all settled in. I guess on harassment, okay, another thought. I guess on harassment, what it really stops you doing is sieging the very edge of a mineral line. And then just kind of the Liberator just shoots the probe as it starts to mine. Because now you can still kill probes if they aren't pulled away, the Liberator will still kill probes. Maybe it misses like 1 or 2 kills. It will still kill probes that are mining and that are unattended. It's just not going to kill probes that are, you know, if it was just trying to stay as far away as possible, it's not just going to nab one probe here or nab one probe there like it did before, I guess. Phoenix on the way up, so here we're going to build a few of those as Ryung gets his Stim Combat and +1 all built into play right now. And all that through. The couple of Banshees going to show up and they're going to get instantly revelated. It's going to be an easy cleanup for Hero. The power of the Phoenix. He loses 5 pro still. So it's the sentries start to move up. The couple of forges coming about. We'll get our Blink on the way in. So Blink just starting for a moment or two right now. We get the Stim, Combat Shield, and +1 coming over. Zel's going to charge up. Hero's ready to fight. I don't know if he's got enough, man. Those are stimmed bio units. The Zealots I don't think are ever going to be enough to really fight through those right now. And Ryung is down in supply, but this is the hold I was expecting him to make. It costs him 12 SCVs though, and maybe that's just the thing. Hero gets 12 workers out of this. Backs up, rebuilds a few rounds of units, and maybe he will then just have enough to go. Only just started his own upgrades though, so it'll take a little while to get there. Rack, thank you so much. The 16-month resub, appreciate it. So I wonder if the lib change is just kind of to do with like the direction they're trying to push PvT with, kind of changing the storm, and maybe they're expecting Terrans to get back toward Liberators more frequently. I wonder if then you're kind of making that change in anticipation of that and making it so that libs are a little bit more manageable too. Possibility at least. Oracle is getting to work here, low HP, but it has survived and is now going to get after SCVs before another Marine plays cleanup. So we do clean up, but it took a little time. Just initially, Blink 1-1 upgrades and the Phoenix still coming through. The Gateway continue to come about. Marine Marauder coming up as well, as the Marines are going to get there and push the Phoenix away. SCVs are going to pull over. A couple of Widowmines going to burrow up. Zelda gets shazed. Just going to see the bio coming right on down. As we do have our push getting straight in toward that natural expansion. So getting straight in over here. Battery gets killed off. SCV's coming through. A couple of bunkers going down. A little stasis catches the bio in the back. Zelda going to come in from the other side as well. Hero making a surround on the defense. And yeah, I mean, this has been pretty well handled for him so far. The Archon's just coming through to help. Phoenix doing what they can as well, but his supply is actually maybe not good enough still. Extra Zealot's going to have to charge on forward here. Going to do a little bit of lifting with the Phoenix. The units coming out of the stasis are actually going to get a kill. They kill off an Archon already. Wow, Hero does not have enough defensively at all, and Ryung is going to power through. I thought this was a really cool attack from Hero. I thought Ryung was in trouble, but apparently Ryung just had too much firepower, and maybe Hero had to play this a little bit more slowly. Still, we are going to get a game 3. Because right now, Hero does not have a way to clean up this Ryung army. Ryung only has 17 SCVs left, but so hecking what? If you have triple the army supply, Hero starts to build a Phoenix. In what world is a Phoenix going to help us, Hero? In what world are we going to do anything significant with a Phoenix right now? BabyMarine's firing again as the Zealots try to come through. Zealots from the other side, feedbacks from the High Templar. That part is nice, but this was just a big push that arrives at a point where there's no splash damage apart from Archons, and Archons are fairly limited in what they can do. The Archon here is actually putting some work in, mind you. Hero's on 8 army supply again. We're talking about a very unrealistic closing point because there's reinforcements coming. Like, Hero is looking as though he might clean up this army in the main eventually, but then there's a whole new army arriving on the natural. It's just about the same size. There is just absolutely no way. It's a ton of Marines as well. High damage output units, no splash damage in the game. For Ryung, this is going to take game number 2. We're going to be tied here. Ryung and Hero going to go to game 3 as well. So both the semis going to get a third map out of it. Get this third map started up in a second. Never heard one person say libs are underpowered. No, but libs are also a very important part of... libs are realistically one of the few... I don't want to say one of the few, but like libs are very important for playing like later game TVZ and TVP a lot of the time. So it's kind of a massive change that even the regular Liberator can't then shoot its entire distance anymore. Like, that's kind of a big change. Never mind what ranged libs are then going to be feeling off that effect instead. Wardy, you've played Borderlands, right? Any plans on playing 4? I don't even know when I last played Borderlands. Probably years upon years ago. I don't really play games anymore. I just talk about StarCraft. Play RuneScape. Play RuneScape. Me and Helen are playing the game right now together. That's about it. I don't play a whole bunch of stuff nowadays. Tanks and medivacs have 11 vision range, so they can sit behind the libs and still spot. Yeah, but what's the range of a the range of an advanced ballistic liberator must have more than 11 range, though, no? So you're still asking the tanks and the medivacs to be in front of the libs, not behind the libs for ranged libs, no? It's just interesting because you're specifically asking the unit that is the most forward placed to have something else in front of it, I think, to provide the vision. It's very interesting. Give the Liberator extra vision when it's over pathable ground, yeah. Yeah, that's the change we need. Ay. Make StarCraft 2 as complicated as possible. How are we 3 hours and 50 minutes in today, by the way, guys? Like, today is flying by. It's crazy. Let's see if we can get that probe. Takes a shot. Cracks in the factory continue to come through. CC still building in for a moment or so. But moving about, just going to see the factory and the command center coming up. Twilight Council on the way, nothing too wild here early. before they just spam siege in front and everyone had to retreat or meet that. Okay, I see a lot of people just happy that the libs got nerfed, but I feel like you're happy that the libs got nerfed but this nerf does absolutely nothing to fix the libs in the way that you guys are unhappy about libs. Like, if Liberators, if someone is preemptively just sieging towards you, they will just drop a scan. Like, if you're worried about libs spam sieging on top of you, then they will just drop a scan and it changes absolutely nothing. You know? That's kind of the difference. I don't know if it's going to be that big of a deal. I'm honestly just shocked that the regular Liberator needed extra vision to be able to hit the mineral line. Like, that part's kind of funny. Anyways, a couple of Stalkers coming through. Orbital Command taking some shots. And we are going to be seeing our Cyclone trying to come down to the low ground. Cyclone going to get a lock on. So it's now time to nerf scan. Yeah, I guess so. I think, okay, here's my personal problem with the Liberator. Change. I really believe there's a lot of, you know, intuitive... Well, maybe... I was going to say, like, I feel like, something being intuitive in StarCraft is important. And I was going to say, like, if the Liberator can siege a certain area, I think it's intuitive, it should be able to shoot that area. At least in its base version. But that's also not necessarily true for the siege tank either, right? It's just a weird example, and we're also very used to the Liberator being able to do that, so it's very jarring when you see it do something different, so... Yeah. I think it's only unintuitive. So my point was about being intuitive, but I think it's only not intuitive because of the fact that it's been like that for so long. So like I say, I think it's more just jarring. And it actually doesn't make sense, you know. Anyway. Was there nothing in the notes about it? There's new updated patch notes, which has the lib change in. You can exclamation mark patch if you need to see them. The Liberator shows its range to the opponent, which makes the... that's a great point. The Liberator does show its range to the opponent, which makes it unintuitive, that then you can't shoot that entire way. That's not true of siege tanks, huh? Unless you, like, click on them. Meanwhile, Hero's just breaking into this main base and doing mega damage. I'm really caught up on this lib conversation. It's going to be seeing a couple Stalkers are going to come through, and a bunch of SCVs obviously in some trouble here. Banyan cloaks up and is going to come in to try and help fight this off. Hero, is he a little bit too deep right now? Because I wonder if he can actually find a way out of this easily. A couple of Marines begin to go down. So Marines getting grabbed already. Siege tank actually going to get hit. Hero's just straight up fighting and trading in his main base. I mean, he's going to lose pretty much every single Stalker, which is extremely expensive to lose all of your Stalkers already. Charging the Immortal coming up, extra gates coming through. Let's just have ourselves the game settling after that. 48 to 51 workers. Hero slightly ahead, but not where he would love to be, I'd imagine. Ryung is going to start building a third command center. It doesn't look like he's going to commit to anything on two bases, to be fair. Stim only just started, so it'd take an extremely long time. And Stim, couple of Marauders setting up. The bunker and the missile turret coming through too. Prism unloads, a couple of the Zealots going to get straight in there. Siege tank going to get jumped on. The SCVs pull in to try and get us around and a repair. Tank will go down. Nice little grab from Hero. Get in, getting out. Marines is going to gather up. The Marauders as well going to be right there. Prism backing it out for the moment. And +1 thermal lance, a bit of everything coming through right there. A couple Stalkers and the Colossus on the way as well. going to bounce. Going to be seeing the Fusels, obviously, again, just harassing by with that Prism in place. And here we're going to start opting to go into the Colossus play here. Pantheon's going to come through. Pylon will take a little bit of damage. A few shots coming in. It's coming down. Pylon will be killed off with damage done. Changes in SC2 don't make sense in general. We know this patch is wrong because it will change yet again next patch. StarCraft 1 is more balanced, doesn't patch anything for 20 years. Or you patch things and then people figure out how the game works now, which takes a period of time. And once things really settle down months later, you realize that maybe you should change things again because different trends and different ways of playing and different circumstances have arisen. Brood War just changes maps, but StarCraft 2 is not settled enough to just change maps. I mean, you could stop patching StarCraft and just dramatically change maps perhaps, but you can't really do that because that's just not been the approach so far. We've not been abandoned to the point of having no patches where we balance via maps, right? So things can be balanced, and you can still patch things to switch up how things work and how certain styles play, and just to freshen things up as well. You know, we've had a lot of very balanced patches in SC2. I don't think anyone would ever pick a patch to go back on and be like, hey, we should go back to this and never change anything again, right? Because that's also just boring. I mean, we are on a PTR today, and the viewership is through the roof in comparison to what it's been all week because we have something fresh and different. You know? People like change. So change good. I don't know what Ryung's asking for, but GG's. Not sure what. Oh. Real life fight outside right now. Come to my house right now and fight me in person. Alright guys, we're gonna have a Clem Hero final best of 5 coming up in a few moments. Get that ready to go. And we can kick this off. I don't like change, just like Wardy. How can SCT ever be balanced if it's changed all the time? Okay, then but in the exact same way, then why is SC1, why does StarCraft 1 change maps? Like, you keep saying StarCraft 1, but from what I understand, StarCraft 1 has to dramatically change the maps to balance the game. So that, and to change the game, so why do they change maps instead of just playing on the exact same map pool forever? Like, it just, it doesn't really make sense. Like, the argument just falls apart because Brood War does not have absolutely nothing that changes. You know? Brood War is also, I mean, they're also just very different games. Like, the similarity is that they're called StarCraft and they're RTS games, but they play completely differently. Like, Brood War is also extremely limited by the way that Brood War works, right? Where StarCraft 2 is not, and so you have to probably change things to be able to fix that kind of stuff. I hate doing PTR tournaments. It brings out the craziest of conversations, I swear. Balance isn't a point, but a range. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That's fun. Of course you change maps. No one said don't change maps. Yeah, but the point you're making is that by making balance changes to StarCraft 2, it's wrong because Brood War changes and adapts on its own accord without making changes to the game. But changing the maps literally changes the game. They don't balance because they stopped updating the game, and so instead of balancing, they have to change the maps to be able to balance the game. So you're basically just ignoring the fact that they're balancing the game via maps and saying that it's perfectly balanced, which is just doesn't make sense. No? Unless I completely do not understand how StarCraft 1 works, but that was how I understood StarCraft 1 has worked for a long time. But I don't know. Final, I'm going to be map 1 as we get our game hosted up. We get one guide in the chat right now. Yeah, I'm fighting YouTube chat. My bad, guys. I'm fighting YouTube chat as we speak. Alright, we are onto the lobby. We should be good to go here in a couple moments. It's going to be Clem Hero Finale today. Get this set to go. We're going to switch race. Everyone's here. Good luck, have fun is cold, and the countdown will begin as we kick off into our first game. For the best of 5 final today. Grand finals. PTR. PTR tournament. Again, this is not the original PTR notes, but the updated PTR notes that came out last night. Just note that as well, in case this becomes a YouTube upload and people are wondering what kind of set of changes were being played with and stuff at the point in time. As we have in the top left-hand side. In this best of 5, the Red Terran player represent Team Liquid. This is going to be Clem. While in the bottom right, we're going to have our Blue Protoss player. It is going to be Hero. Well, Clem Hero is usually a banger. What will we see of it today on the PTR? Wondering what kind of variety of things Clem might bring into play, actually. Obviously, we've seen Hero play a few different styles just there against Ryung. We obviously saw MaxPax was playing pretty much purely robo-based build orders as well. This SCV and our probe just going to go nibbling at each other. Just going to fight for a little bit. Racks and the gas coming through, the SCV coming along. Just going to be seeing the gateway forward on the map. So Hero already looking to apply pressure just as he did against Ryung. He was not afraid to proxy it up a little bit, open the series with it. And he's obviously not afraid to spice things up right away in this final as well. Let's just have the probe and the SCV running around each other for the moment. Just going to be having SCV and a low HP, probe moving about just for now. SCVs pulled back over again. There's a Cybercore coming up, Reaper and Orbital, both on the way in. And yeah, SCV is going to get nibbling onto the Probie. And Cybercore coming down, out on the Gateway, out on the Zealot. And just a little bit of everything coming through for the moment as the Reaper about to be done. Command Center building up also. Get the depot on the way. Just have the game settling for a little while here. The Reaper takes a moment to step forward onto the map for a few moments. Just going to get that settled in. As the Reaper's going to go after the Zealot there. So Zealot will take some damage. I'm just going to be seeing the Marine going to come down with that. The Zealot will dealt with pretty easily. Obviously, there's the additional units off of that gateway that may cause more of an issue. The Stalker and so the bunker on the way, but it'll take a while to finish, and obviously the Stalker's already stepping to the other side, so that SCV is in trouble. Both these SCVs already nibbled a bit as well, so it's not going to take a lot of shots to get rid of them. Marine and Reaper will have to combine to try and push this back. A new SCV shows up, Stalker will try and get straight onto it, but if you're shooting the SCV, you're not shooting the units, and that's what Clem will rely on a little bit as well. Pulling the rest of the SCVs forward too. He has to try and keep some units alive while getting that bunker up, and that's what he's playing around, or playing with the idea of right now. Couple Stalkers try and get by. And just got a couple of units into the bunker, and the command center is going to finish up. Load and unload just to transfer the SCVs from one side to the other quickly. Stalkers will have their depot raised on them, and the Reaper is going to have a Marauder with it. That's going to be at least one dead Stalker, but the SCVs are also still low. I don't love that they pulled in there because I feel like that endangered them. But maybe it wasn't necessary. The Adept here now as well. Reaper will get back to the bunker for safety at least. The Marauder is a good point of defense. And we're about to have a Cyclone that should really start shutting this down a lot more easily. These Adepts are going to move through, and even more SCVs are still going down. So we are going to see SCVs continue to drop. The Adepts still moving about. Those SCVs taking a bit more damage. Twilight Count's about halfway done. And now we're going to be seeing this continue to come through. What's the point of testing PTR by cheesing? I mean, you can't test anything if you don't play honestly on it, right? It's not a real test if you're artificially going to be like, oh, I'm going to just go into Storm and see how Storm works every single time, or, you know. Because then if you know that's going to happen, your opponent knows that's going to happen, and then you don't, you know, they don't play like they're going to play, and it's a very artificial game. So while it may not be the most efficient way of testing the changes, it is probably one of the more realistic way of testing the changes. I mean, the issue with testing stuff like this is always going to be just the amount of... I think it's always just going to be the amount of games we can get played on it, because a lot of the games just aren't going to test everything you want to test, right? But all we can do is do our bit, run a tournament, get a few games out there, stuff like that. Okay, coming through, the Blink still building. We just have ourselves the Adept going to press on forward as the Marauders and the Cyclone gather together. Stalkers going to be coming through there as well. Cyclones, obviously, like I said, should help with the defense a little bit. Going to get one Adept easily. The Marauders don't do a lot of damage to the Adept on the low ground, but we'll get there eventually. It's another SCV or two going down. Only 7 workers lost in the game. Obviously, some lost mining time as well. Hero lost more resources this game, so that mining time loss really does come into impact with it. As well, Hero's not even on that crazy work count. Third Nexus is pretty late as well. So he's just been invested. Why was the Cybercore in the middle of the map too? I didn't even really stop to think about that, but apparently the Cybercore middle of the map as well. This Clem is going to get a Widow Mine drop that's going to force the recall of the Stalkers to play defense. We got 2 probes off the first mine, can try and do some damage in the main. Looks like the Medivac realizes it's just going to have to get out of there. Third probe goes down, the Stalkers will blink and kill the Medivac. Not sure, I think the Medivac turned there, but couldn't quite catch it as Clem will take the chance to clean up the gateway. Stalker that gets walked in defensively is not going to do much, but the rest of the Stalkers are showing up. Tankwell Siege. Clem going to play this as though it's a big, proper fight. This gateway is moments from going down. The Stalker's trying to get some shots off. Going to blink in for the tank. I mean, don't get me wrong, Clem's going to lose a lot of units here. A lot of the Marauders go down without doing too much in the end, and trying to get that gateway might have been an overcommitment right now. Stalkers just going to come about. A couple of SCVs coming over. SCVs going down. Just gonna see the Stalkers blinking back across, but this was a fantastic start from Hero. Clem's only 5 workers behind overall though, and I mean, if you can get a few units back up and stabilize, might be able to get a little bit more back on track here as the Marine Marauder coming up. Siege tank out to finish. Focus pull back down, Prism back up on the top. Seeing again all those upgrades still kicking along for the moment. And Stim and Combat Shield coming about. Marine Marauder tank all coming through. Get those Medivacs going as well. We got another depot around the back right now as we just have charge coming about. Some loads looking to get up that left-hand side. Just going to be seeing the drop in toward the main base. And move straight over there. A couple of Medivacs joining together. Just going to unload a few Zealots and go after them SCVs. Does Hero have a way to fight this army? Is going to be our question. A couple of Mauls definitely bulked this up. Obviously, he definitely had a kind of a lack of splash issue before. The SCVs are pulling as well as Clem getting across this side of the map. Hero reliant on, I mean, no charge just yet, no +1 just yet. Definitely a little bit of a problem right here. We've seen the Zealots trying to get through. SCV is going to be right there as well. Bio going to keep on fighting. The couple of Zealots continue to go down. Stalker's the Immortal coming back through as well. Pylon is going to be in trouble there. It is going to get cleaned up. That's going to depower the Robo facility. And looks as though Clem's going to have enough in the end. Man, this was a fascinating game. Felt like Hero did a lot early. Felt like that push to the center cost Clem a lot of units too, but Hero just not able to get to a point where he could have enough splash damage available to deal with this attack. And I do think it comes down to splash. Maybe you could argue number of units. Obviously, late charge doesn't help. There's a few things you could look at perhaps, but whatever he needed, he did not have it here. Does he just have Bio continue to come through? Probe still dropping. And this base is going to go down as well. Clem in a comfortable enough position as Hero is trying to rebuild a Cyber Core. Yep, we lost that one in the middle of the map earlier. Why don't players pull probes faster? Because if you pull your probes too quickly, the Terran just kites away and kills a bunch of probes for free, right? So probes, and if that happens and you were just about going to hold on, now it doesn't matter because you just threw away your economy. So they don't really guarantee you very much initially. Probes are just not as effective at kind of, you know, being pulled in as SCVs are because of the way that Protoss units work as well. They also get in the way of Zealots. So pulling probes is like usually a last-ditch effort of, oh, I've got a few Stalkers, can the probes tank to keep those alive or something to that effect? So, yeah, it just doesn't really make sense a lot of the time, basically, in terms of how it plays out. Just need Hero to be swapped into position, race swapped, they fixed it, perfect, we're good. Game 2 coming up. So I think a lot of the time you think probes get pulled too late, but they're probably just going to be more of a hindrance if they get pulled earlier. Otherwise, they would just probably pull them earlier. It just doesn't really do much for you at the end of the day. There's also, you've also got to think of as well as that if you pull SCVs, you're usually pulling SCVs, and the Zealots have to hit the SCVs first, and to do that, they have to get to the SCVs. Whereas most of the probes that pull into a Terran army die before they get there, and also probes are going to get in front of everything else. So if the Terran is at max range, they're killing probes before they would be even be able to shoot at other units first. Because Terran units attack so quickly, it just doesn't work out. So yeah, probe pulling is a very minimal kind of effect overall. Game 2. As we have in the top right-hand side, a red Terran player up 1-0. That is going to be Team Liquid's Clem taking on a blue Protoss in the bottom left. Hero down a game in this best of 5. Probably coming across, heading to the upper right-hand side. How long does PTR tend to usually last before final live patch? And would new ladder maps usually correlate? I don't think it's going to be synced up with new ladder maps, because I would imagine if they're going to change the ladder maps are now, I actually think, fully under control by Team Liquid Map Contest. And so we don't have a 1v1 Team Liquid Map Contest wrapped up until October. And I don't think they would put PTR live for this long before update. Because also, it's not just TLMC has to happen, like, there's a process after that that usually delays maps being brought to the ladder. So you're probably looking at ladder maps in the new year. I'd imagine the PTR goes up into live, I would say probably during October. give or take. Obviously, you know, the systems that have been in place for years are not quite as in place anymore. Things are different, but, you know, working on guesstimates of the past and giving a little bit of leeway, I would say that those are the expectations. It's a Stargate from Hero. I obviously didn't see Stargate being a thing for a while. In PvT, it's not been a major factor, right? Stargate's very risky to play with the Cyclone and everything. Gonna go Stargate here, Hero, to set us off. See what we're gonna try and do. I find it interesting that all the Protoss players we've seen today, rather than be like, I wonder how well Storm works now, and go into some of the previous Storm builds. It's so interesting to me that the approach seems to have been, let's try everything else, compared to, let's try out how Storm currently fares, you know? Because to be fair, like, all these other builds, you know, you know, they all kind of build around the idea of, oh, I'm not playing Storm, but, like, I wonder, do they just feel like the Storm situation is so heavily affected that it's really just unviable, right? Like, it's kind of an interesting statement that the Protoss players are making. Storm is complete trash in this build. I just don't know if that's true, though. Like, I mean, we saw Storm earlier in the day. Hero absolutely destroyed. Who destroyed someone with Storm? Someone destroyed someone with Storm earlier today. There's some Storms earlier today that were absolutely brutal still. Like, I mean, we've been watching Storm, and some people are saying that they think Storm doesn't even have the damage nerf on it because it's still freaking killing things. So I don't know if it's not a half damage nerf though, right? Like, doesn't it work out as like a 20% damage nerf now? I thought it was like much more milder than it was before, no? Yeah, we saw Storm earlier today. When we did see Storm, it honestly still looked fine. And obviously now it's even bigger than it used to be too. But the duration is longer. It's 23% less DPS. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like about 20. I thought it was about 20 from what I read. Hero destroyed Ring. Was that with Storm? We had Storm earlier than that in the day as well, though, I think. Anyways, Oracle is going to go grabbing a couple of these tanks. Couple Oracle fun, but you get 2 tanks and it costs you 2 Oracles, and that's kind of your early game tech being shut down already. Just going to see the Oracle moving about. Just going to be seeing the Stalker and the Adepts moving through. Phoenix about to finish. Yeah, the Storm change is very difficult to explain, guys, because if you read the patch... I will read the patch notes of Storm to you guys, and I'll see if you guys can mentally visualize the difference here. Psionic Storm damage is reduced from 10 to 5 per tick. Psionic Storm duration increased from 0.39 to 0.53. Psionic Storm radius from 1.5 to 2.25. So far that's very, notable, right? This is where it gets confusing. Psionic Storm period reduced from 0.79 to 0.39. Psionic Storm period count increased from 6 to 12. So, from what I understand, Storm ticks for less. It does 5 damage per tick, but it ticks basically twice as quickly, and it ticks twice as many times. I think. I don't know exactly what all the words mean is the problem. Isn't it? But I actually think it looks okay. What is period versus duration? So duration is the amount of time that Storm is on the ground. But like I say, I'm pretty sure it ticks for 5, but it ticks more frequently. So I feel like it should be almost the same as before, but some people are saying it's like a 20% damage decrease. in terms of, like, DPS. Because overall, it deals more damage. Like, if you drop a Storm on a stationary unit, it will take way more damage than before. As Clen is just going to come in and ram his way through here, apparently. I don't think Hero has much to deal with this. He's going to come in with the charge outs from the backside. Clem pulls back to protect the siege tanks here. The Oracles go down. The Phoenix get targeted, so the tank gets dropped back into place. Zelda pulling through. He pulls the probe straight into it this time, which, there you go. There's your adjustment made. Probe's pulled, and it's not going to change much of this one. Having the power to kind of ram his way through, looking to take a 2-0 lead. The DPS is 7.5 versus 10. But it ticks twice as often. But doesn't it... wait, what? Whoa. But how can it be 7.5? Didn't they say it was 5? I'm confused. Fire pushing in. This natural is in trouble. And I think this is going to be pretty much just... I mean, maybe the Archons can put a stop to this, but even if you put a stop to this now, you've taken a ton of damage. Clem is only on 24 SCVs, so hey, maybe if you do pull off a defense, maybe there is a chance. Like I say, Hero's economy is also taking an absolute beatdown, though. Phoenix get rid of the Banshee. The Archons pulled back toward, well, I'd like to say toward anything, but there's nothing really here, just a warping point, basically. Fire gonna get there. The couple Zelds go down. Just gonna see a few Marines, the tank, and the medevac coming about. Another Revelation coming through. I'm just going to come. Pylon going to take some shots. We are going to get some hits in here. As we are going to be seeing another Phoenix coming around. Can these Archons make the difference? Nice force field giving you a chance to get these Archons into play. There's just too many Marines, it seems. The sentries are not going to do much. I understand you have to build sentries in the force fields, perhaps, but it's not really going to be enough right now. Phoenix taking a few more shots. Medevac's overhead. GG says Hero. Clem going to take a 2-0 lead. So, okay, this is what I don't understand. So is it because if you go from 0.7994 and divide that by 2, I don't understand how the Storm DPS is less. Because it's ticking for 5 instead of 10, but it's ticking twice as often. So how is the DPS reduced? That's what I don't see from the notes. You know? I don't see how the DPS goes down when it ticks twice as often for half the damage. Because the initial damage is gone. So it doesn't hit until it ticks the first time. Is it because it's spread out over the duration still? I'm comparing old PTR versus new PTR, not old patch versus new PTR. Oh. Oh, so that from that old PTR, it goes down from that to that? Oh, I don't even know what the original one was. Oh, I see. I see. Don't really love that either. Hang on. But initially, the size storm change was that its duration was increased, and it was really... So, no, I don't really think that's true, because size storm The original patch notes literally only changed its duration and damage per tick. Everything else, nothing changed. Twice as so. I think what's confusing is that so basically it does twice as many ticks, but it still does them over a longer period, no? But then how does it do more damage over the entire time? Can you post a link? Yeah, go wild. Wardy, do you see how without Storm being as good as it was, you can't defend an all-in by the Terran? No, I've watched Hero open with a bunch of wonky builds that leaves them completely open to all-ins. I don't think that necessarily does anything to prove anything, to be honest. You realize Protoss were able to defend these all-ins before they used Storm in the past, right? It's I don't really agree with that at all. Alright, let me read this. Storm apply... Okay, so in the past, Storm would apply a behavior when created... I'm just going to bring... So Storm would apply a behavior when created and afterwards 6 times every 0.4 or every 0.4 seconds. Behavior lasts 0.4 seconds and deals damage when applied the first time and afterwards every so seconds. So basically, every 0.4 seconds or so, Storm would tick, right? So it lasts for 2.8 seconds and the DPS was 10 damage. Wait, what? 10 over 0.4? Wait, I don't understand why the DPS is 10 over... Oh, because it does... Okay, because it does 10 damage every tick. Yes, so I'm being dumb. So the updated PTR, Storm applies a behavior when created and afterwards 12 times every 0.408 seconds. So that part's exactly the same. The behavior lasts for less time and deals damage when applied the first time and afterwards every 0.2 seconds. So it ticks more frequently. So the DPS is the same. So the DPS is the same. It just does it over more. According to the editor, the DPS is the same. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense based on... That makes sense based on the notes, because the notes literally say half damage, but it ticks twice as often, right? Like that's what I thought it was, but then everyone's telling me the DPS is less. But the DPS is less. Why is the DPS... How is it less DPS? How can it be less DPS when you're ticking for the same damage? Like 2... If you have 1 and you times it by 2 and then divide it by half, it's still the same, you know? Compare new PTR versus current patch. That's literally what I just did. That's literally what we just read. It says twice as many ticks, but it lasts longer. Yeah, but I think you're comparing PTR 2 to PTR 1. I'm not. "12 ticks versus 6, but it lasts longer." Yes. See, that's what I thought as well. But then it doesn't make sense because the period that a tick happens in is just half. So does that mean it stops after 12 ticks? It just stops, but the storm remains? Like, it doesn't make sense, no? It's less DPS because the full damage takes longer to apply? No, it doesn't. Because it's doing the same damage in the same period of time. That's literally damage per second. Okay, look. Look. We're getting to this point. Look. Storm used to do 10. Every time it ticked, right? Say it ticked once, it would do 10 damage, okay? 10, 10, 10. Now it does 5, but for every time it ticks, it now actually ticks twice. So it do 5, 5, But these ticks are still hit base at the same point, so over the same time you do 10 DPS. I'm confused. I just don't see it. Everyone's confused. Everyone's saying different things. Prism in the main base. Hero gets aggressive. Clem gets wild. It's not 5. So it's not doing 5 per tick. So then the patch notes are just wrong. Two of those ticks isn't the same length as one of the old ticks? But it is! But the patch notes say that it is. The patch notes say that instead of ticking every 0.8, it ticks every 0.4. I'm so confused, Marines are flying stalkers. Prism is moving back up to the top. We're just going to get that Immortal. The Prism just gets pushed away. I'm just going to be seeing the defense being made by Clem. We are going to have the charge and the +1 both coming up. The Prism actually has to recall out of there right now, so just going to try and escape away from that one for the moment. This will take a couple of seconds. +1 on the charge continue to come across for the moment. It's going to be seeing the Prism moving over and taking a few moments. So yeah, Immortal, +1 attack and charge all coming through. We have ourselves +1 combat shield continuing to come across for the moment. Just going to go straight into Robo Bay. Units of Clem heading down the bottom left. You know what would be really funny, guys, is if we're discussing this and it's like, well, why is Hero not using Storm? And Hero's just like, oh, I didn't realize the patch notes got updated. Like, he's just like, I read the first patch notes, but not the second ones. He's just clueless. Knowing all these guys when they have to play new maps, I would not be surprised. Reading is not part of the pro player's strength a lot of the time, as these Marines are not doing much. These Immortals are looking extremely sturdy, so Clem is going to be pushed away for the moment. And that's going to be pushed back right off the bat. Let's see, Hero actually coming straight across the map. A couple of Moles are going to drop in. The Widowmine's in some trouble, as we do have the Bio jumping forward. A couple of those Immortals will take some shots, so some hits taking place. Immortals will go down, though. The Bio stim is good, and Clem is going to continue to chase. There's another Immortal in trouble, so Hero maybe getting a little bit too feisty after what was a pretty successful defense, just stepping across the map, getting caught, losing the Prism and all those Immortals, and suddenly you're in a whole bunch of trouble again. Gets the Stalker, the few Zealots coming around, Thermal Lance and Armor Upgrade coming by as well. We bring all of that through for the moment. Zealots is going to run in here. Widowmine connects. The few Zealots go down already. See a little bit by stepping forward, a couple of Zealots getting grabbed. It's going to be a bit of a cleanup from Clem as he gets his third base operational, and Hero will start to try and expand to base number 4 now. Back right down the bottom. Zell's going to get in. A couple of SCVs already taking some shots, but we're going to recall because I feel like Hero feels like he needs the units back over here, or he just felt like he had to protect those Zealots. Either way, drops the recall already. Let's have ourselves the medevac into the bottom side, ready to go after a couple of probes. A couple of probes going to split apart here already, and just now Hero coming in to play cleanup a little bit. A few SCVs going down. The probe goes down as well as that Widowmine does connect. Let's do attack, a blink, all coming around. Medevac low. Actually, a lot of Clem's units in the front here are low. Hero wants to fight. That may be one of the reasons why, just to capitalize on the low HP there. WardiTV is actually going to go onto the mineral line, so some friendly fire. SCV's dropping, and Hero going to keep on pushing. I'm scared though, man. Like, he doesn't have a lot of stuff. Where are the reinforcements coming from? Across the map. Still no nearby prism. I'm getting another WardiTV connection. A couple of Vikings will be good just to chase even that low HP Colossus for a kill. And that's one of those going down pretty much immediately as well, so that's going to be a nice catch. Medevac loads up, a few Marines peel away to the sides. Obviously, we do have the Bio still pulling across the left. Armory coming about, Vikings on the way. Hero down about 15 supply at the moment. Still trying to bring the rest of that up. He has the SCVs, a little bit mishap there. Oh, they're just following the mule. And I think they were repairing, but they're still following the boy. Just trying to get that sorted out as Medevac and a few Marines are going to go down. No hope on that. Not sure what they were trying to do, but they get caught. It's going to be a nice catch as the Stalkers blink underneath. And I was going to say hit the CC for a little bit, but then the units start showing up, and then a lot of units start showing up. Stalkers do now blink away. Colossus going to fire. Stalker's going to get underneath. A couple of Vikings are going to come across. You can see the Colossus taking some shots. A couple of those Colossus getting shot at. The Bio still trying to chase. You can see those Colossus getting jumped on for the moment. Vikings obviously doing a great job here, and Hero sitting underneath. Hero just doesn't have a lot of supply left, and Clem is overwhelming him completely. And again, Vikings, Medevac, the Bio continue to gather up. Stalker still joining. Pushing back for a little bit. And Darkstrike coming about, Colossus coming over. Just going to be seeing Clem coming around that right side. 2-2 upgrades. Getting settled for the moment as we just have extra barracks coming through. President's going to get knocked down. That's going to get taken out here as well. So we get rid of this. 12 SCVs going down. Coming over, just going to catch a few more Zealots. Clem's still comfortably ahead supply-wise at the moment, so still sitting strong in that scenario just for now. Fire coming back over, and the Vikings coming over as well. So again, we take a couple of steps across. Fire coming over, a couple of Zealots taking shots right here. Fire's just going to keep charging down. A couple of Zealots going to get shot at. Going to get chased. We'll see a few of these Zealots still taking some hits. 3 upgrades coming through from Clem. I think he should be confident to get down to that bottom side. You see Hero going to try and get into Disruptors at the moment. Diving through, a couple of Disruptors go down. I mean, that's not good for Hero. So many of the Zealots on the upper right side, so it just leaves position for Clem to just jump on the tech units and just swarm it. That's obviously not ideal. Both Mozel's getting picked away. Disruptor's going to fire through again. Marine's going to get blasted. We're just going to see the Vikings landing. One Disruptor going down. The other Disruptor going to be in trouble. And I think we're going to have our 3-0 in the finals on this one. Disruptor shot firing. DT going to sit there. The fire will just continue to chase through. Disruptors again, den chased, and Clem gets the 3-0. Guys, I swear down, I'm going crazy because I'm absolutely certain that I read that Storm duration was increased, but now it's just not there. Now it says Storm duration is increased from like 0.399 to 0.533. I don't even know what that means. All the other changes basically mean that Storm does the same amount of damage over time and should do the same amount of damage overall, no? It's just because the duration is the same. And so, if that's the case, then it's literally just a case of, like, you take less damage because if you split, you don't take as much instant damage because each tick does less, but there's twice as many ticks, right? And now it's just larger as well. It's from 80 damage over 2.8 seconds to 130 damage over 5.72. But is it actually doing 5.72 seconds? Because it's not mentioned anymore. In the oldest patch notes, yeah, but that got removed. I'm sure it said something about... I don't know, man. Look, going on the unit tester. Let's find out how long a storm lasts for. You thought it was 8.5 seconds? That was the old patch. This is why running... Okay, first of all, I'm going to turn YouTube off. YouTube chat, you are horrendous today. You've got people yelling that Storm's been nerfed when we're literally talking about how Storm has probably not changed at all. Guys, if you don't know what you're talking about, shut up. Please. It's infuriating to read. I'm sorry to be a dick, but it's just true. So, first of all that, YouTube, I'll see you guys in a week. I'm taking a break. Bye. Thanks for watching today. Appreciate you all. But please think before you type next time a little bit, some of you. It's painful. Holy shit, YouTube is freaking doing my head.